Leave me alone. Very fast. Yalla. Yalla yalla. Baby, baby, yalla. Yalla la la la, yalla, yalla. Chicken, chicken, chicken. 700. When the pirate one person, hello. Also, critical chance, 2% up close. Great, really great. So whatever, I'm a fresh starter. This is the very first time. I suppose I am online in the scream, in the scream with Michael Jackson. Not invited, no. We listen to the tunes that fall out of my beloved Spotify. All told, auto playlist with suggestions that I never ever heard in my life, which are so fine. I have it for years on the biggest plan. What they have achieved, and just I have learned to use the algo right to my own desire, whichever change. I know got so many evergreens. I have about 1,000 songs in my library, and the rest in between those is handpicked by Spotify. They have sent me the New Year's this year. My stats under I learned that I have seriously coolest session that I ever had in the whole year. Went for 3.5 days. Yes, I was partying hard and I slept in between, maybe drank a lot and was dancing. It was Corona time. Revive me, people. I have learned to be the stupid idiot that I have always been in my head and really loved it. It wasn't ever a problem to me to be myself, but you know when you're a guy and you are strong, you are yourself, and well the other boys hate it so much more. To not be as much as you must be. But what is in your head, there is no problem saying it out loud, but I would never ever want to hit again like that, like when I was a little kid. So I, just as many others of you out there, have learned to adapt to serious. Really can't tell us, say it differently. It was dangerous. Remember, first it was dangerous to be yourself. For literally everybody, you would be ridiculed to the very least. The most heartbreaking ways from all who were friends with your friends, to the very least. So we all learn to adapt and feel ashamed for stupid shit like this, for not be able to just switch in the rhythm and do a fine bars, whatever, who counts who will find fine rhyme indeed to sing along with such a great monstrous like this when is heard. Never heard this till today. I only knew those greatest hits, yo, those collabs that everyone knows, and honestly it never flows from me. Her parts are kind of not mine, but this song is awesome. Shows who she is. Well, and next song. Oh, nice. Well, that is very nice. Auto select number 2. Open microphone can be dangerous. I have no idea if you are in. I don't know where the chat is. I am damn newborn, new to boop 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 boop. I am finally listening to something, one great master of this whole YouTube thing had said once in his video. Do it, do it, then you did it, then you can drove doing it. Well, you will figure out if you are suited to material interesting enough. I am not, but to whoever who is as much as busted from life as gangster. Must be cool and stuff and whatnot, and at work at least. Be fine, be nice, be right, always be correct. Never ever dare to try, be yourself. It's something that we have a self-release. Wherever you are listening, if you are here, which is great that I can't tell. I'm loving it. It's better that way. I would love to have a chat, though, but not today. The software told me that the stream is rolling, so fuck it. Oops, sorry. Well, the stream is 18 and above, so I can't say fuck it, I guess. Like fuck it. That wasn't even a fuck it. That was a fuck it. That's so different. So the next song seems to be a Persian, which is my not really a native culture. I've been born there, but never ever been there after being 2 years of age. So I still enjoy, have learned this language at home. Mega. Oh. But there was, when I was kid, not good music at all. I hated everything what my parents had for their favorite music, and obviously only had love for Mr. MJ, Mr. Michael Jackson, and a few others, I guess. But basically him, he was everything what music was for me back then. Now I am very, very, very diverse. Thanks to Spotify, my really, really, really beloved by my whole heart, beloved Spotify. I'm so happy that I have enough money to pay them up straight for not listening to stupid ads. That was great. When I was student, I had no choice, but then I got better work at student and got better money in my pocket. The very first thing I did was get in Prime on Spotify to finally be free to be able to choose the song, not rely on the very awesome, even back then awesome, working. I'll go there, selected the playlist for me, which in the early times of Spotify still wasn't very right. I can remember the difference of between it started at a point where all those other softwares couldn't have ever been like when I'm or what not. Didn't ever select it so good. It wasn't never ever not gonna be obvious to a guy like me who has some kind of serious talent for logic's playing out for things that repetitively are planned or not, are really random or just got the trying note of peak of interest in it, spin it, not so random, but so random that it gets really into your skin. After years, many years as customer and profile user of Spotify, I can say with my whole sincere believe for $0 I would never ever take money from them, even if there would be a day when I would be honored to get to do ads for them for real, which I think never ever comes. But nevertheless, word of mouth always be stronger, though I can tell. I watch them grow and get ripe, ripe as they are now. Ever since they're already at the peak of what is possible to let an algorithm work out for you with just the tiniest amount possible of data. They analyze and immediately use to learn and calculate what your mood, what your current day, what types of music's gonna be played. Their library has been 10 million songs right from the starting day. Imagine making this program. Choose your next unknown song like this one that I got today, to be ready to be shown now. Imagine making a computer decide per calculation that out of way more than 10 million titles, this one is the right to be shown today, although it is out way sooner than today, and everything they show is for my taste. So great every time, and it develops and changes since I kind of always playing karaoke style. And yeah, I'm getting bored soon of my own rants and stuff, and they ever repeat, ever repeat. I would be so great, never ever freestyle. Well, when I'm in the mood, I cannot ever have done anything but that. It's just so easy when you just let it go. Try it out yourself. You can just, as I am listening, and do it on yourself. Do it on yourself, so you will be enjoying the canon in German. I don't know what it's called in English. It is when there are 3, 4, 5, 6, or however many voices singing the song, and the first voice starts the first verse. A few words later, the next singer starts at the first verse and sings a song, while the first singer sings along to the end. And after long, everyone will enjoy that song, to be heard by yourself and gee. While before and after you there are other singers doing it every way possible to be absolutely from if you ever would really dig into it, into deep. So what you enjoy and do your thing and enjoy how your own flow just fits into the song. Even if you never ever have heard that song before, trust me, it works even at first place. Believe me, it is so easy, you will never even notice it every time it happens. Which is so much fun. Never ever would I watch a musical I hate those so much because they're all boring, kind of. But I would love a musical like the one Johnny Depp played, and that was awesome. But yeah, I actually like musicals and love movies and stuff, but I kind of always hated that all the musicals back in my day, everything that kind of wasn't is available. I mean, Hamilton, I would so die for watching it or just listen to it. I don't know if it is even available because they are still at Broadway ever since they started, and tickets are like hilarious prices, and yeah, you got to get to New York somehow to enjoy it, which is somehow something I truly love about it, because someday they will have their last day in Broadway, and until then they will have recordings of hundreds, if not thousands, of shows, and then they will cut something great together and bring out a DVD that will be like the final one with backstage material from the store, so sitting who would wanna have their moments with the crowd and say a few words to the cam after years at the most successful for them, truly amazing, on point to be repetitively. Oh, I believe it is a most amazing job to have. It is so fucking hard to do, to be on point, always sing your lines according to what you have to. It is in the rhyme book, so you gotta do it. You have no choice. If you change it too much, you will screw it up. The fans will hate you. But then, hibbity hobbity hop, there is this thing that is called freestyle. But that is a whole fucking other thing. It's a sweet hardcore discipline, which I absolutely don't being able to do ever. No, I couldn't grab a mic. No, I never could watch a crowd watching me on any stage or whatnot. In this YouTube thing, I feel free. My face isn't in because I never had a webcam, never needed until now. Maybe. Well, I will not want to have a cheap one, you know. I would want to have something that would be cheap but good. And I have no idea about lighting and stuff like this. And I don't even know if I'm actually online. That's how much of a noob I am. It's the first time ever as I said, people. And is there a clock on this thing? I downloaded the software as YouTube told me to download some software. Oopsie. Ay, 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 ay. There is this. Bam. Sorry. It must be something, as I just learned being taken care carefully. If I would wanna show myself again, even without a face, there is my nickname, and I love it. It was my second ever that I chose. I'm a 90s kid. I was the first generation Windows computer kit, personal computer, internet, not allowed because it was so goddamn expensive and slow. But there was ways to use it though, At special places like libraries and stuff. We had it, and all we ever needed for was to download those sweet MP3 files of our favorite songs out of the TV. MTV showed what it was out, and basically everything they fit into their time window broadcast was the whole world of music for almost everybody. You could get into it if you really loved it. Back then, the stores that still exist but still sell this, by the way, in Germany. The stores which sold the albums had ways for you to listen into any album, any single, like it was intended to be in the old days in small shops. That was the standard, and they made not a fortune but enough with the back then still absolutely top, which I had myself as kid. I had a few of those, but not so much music, more like stories for kids to listen into and enjoy. Have heard that book. Basically, it was awesome, and I now listen to that. I really get the cringe, just the sound quality so awful. Back then we wouldn't really hear it like that. You obviously had ears. Series would hear it too, but you wouldn't mind. After a while, it was impossible to get it better, other than, well, turning on the radio and listen to those very first wave for my for my translated from cassettes and yes, from cassettes and video cassettes into what the real deal of human love and care for the best things to always reach each other for fucking free while paying up the artists, of course. No one wants them to be ever need to hungry or not be rich. After all, they earned it so hard. If you have enough, you can pay. And yeah, well, in these stores, you could learn about a whole different world of music. Everything that wasn't in the charts, you would get there. But it still wasn't everything, although I can tell you these shops that we had here in Germany were huge, still are. They are the same size at the same locations. They are so huge. They sell everything electronic, from TVs to washing machines to dryers to whatnot. They have everything. Always everything. And from everything they have all the different, relevant, best, sometimes even worse for very cheap producers of those devices, and you can really choose between. You have like 17 different, like in every country, like in the mall, right? It was this kind of shop, and I don't know how it was in other places on the planet. Maybe the very same, I guess, because they wouldn't try such a thing here if it wouldn't have been successful somewhere else already. Well, they made like half the whole shop, the whole like 3 stories building, huge cell store of half of 1 story, the music world, where you could take any album or single, scan it like with the scanner like they use at the cashier, then it would have loaded a few seconds, and then you would see on a little screen the playlist, and you could choose the songs and listen to like 15 seconds out of every song that they have pre-chosen to be the 15 seconds they will play that song, to make it the best possible experience if you listen to them all. So you buy that fucking thing, which they did. It wasn't the artists thing. They did it to sell better. The artists probably had no idea that there was such systems in place. You couldn't listen to not even one single goddamn song in full length. And after a while, people like me got so angry at them for that. And I'm a German. I always learned to, if anything is really, really, really frustrating and bad, and something that shouldn't be, because it's just a trick to basically steal my money and not deliver something that the technology obviously can, but is limited not to deliver on purpose, and complain in the shop at the very place where it happens to be not good, loudly to myself, and I'm alone, and trying to be loud enough to reach the last employee I feel I have seen or spotted before in that shop. From where I'm standing, or not be that loud actually, but always complain loud out, especially when I'm alone, but most especially when I was with friends, and discuss why I hated this. It was such an awesome thing actually, right? But well, you listen to like 15 seconds and the song is just getting into like this one. I this like best part of it, and like this would just stop and it would go to the next track all the fucking time. And after I have complained like many times, like every time I was in that shop, and we were there many times because we bought our games there too. And whenever someone wanted to buy a CD or a single, I was screaming through the whole store at my friends to not fucking dare to buy any single or CD in front of my eyes, and expect me not to scratch and break it to pieces for have chosen to do such an offense. I was boycotting them so hard for that 15 seconds thing, and I did it a lot, and others joined in and did it too after a while, and discussed it like adults, not like me, like a motherfucking prick that would have never done anything to my friend's CD, obviously. But well, we were young. Sometimes it's enough to just say stuff like this, and they will just know I fucking hate it so much that I wouldn't seriously have been there with them if I would have known before that they want to buy music. I would have always, even if I would have loved to be there myself, I would have always sent them alone to not be hating too much, was my actual goal, because I couldn't stop it. It was killing me. And well, after a few years like this, a friend of mine finally, with a huge smile, forced me in funny ways to put on that fucking earpieces for once now. He actually screamed at me like he was my father and I'm his kid, and he's like 6'5" or what, like a whole foot at least taller than me, and an actual like true German blood DNA. Like he looks like a German does, and I'm not. I look like an Arabic dude. And it was so much fun to listen to what he said and how he screamed at me to fucking put on those, and how he funnily in public made it happen that he wasn't cursing at me at all, but you know, in German you can say a lot of words without really have said any of them and meant to make a totally different meaning that is clean, and combine those. And in German this counts always as have used the clean word, never the dirty word. If you choose to master this, it is highly beloved by everyone to listen you rant about anything that you want to rant, and always use all those words in the sweetest ways humanly possible, while well getting angry and stuff, but never feel wrong, never ever be wrong. Always when you finished talking, the reaction you will get will be sweet laughter and some things we tell each other in this situation to cool off and enjoy immediately how damn sophisticated and awesome this just has been, and compliment the at least funniest or most impressive combination of words and sentences to make the points he or she just made, and that you do loud in the public, and everyone from young to old who would stand around, which in Germany no one will ever dare to enter your personal zone, like with their eyes, even like disturb you by just looking at you, staring, not even just looking at you. They will all mind their own business, and even though they have two ears and nothing on their ears to listen to music, so they have heard it all, they will never ever comment. But in those cases, if it so much would happen that they would be in your line of sight while hearing your compliments, they would strongly not and agree, at least. They will maybe stand a second on their way and say their own compliment to what they heard, and do that in a very sweet and high class manner, to always be reminded, for the one who just seriously has ranted, really has hated for sweetest ways, but still has hated. And when you hate, you will feel bad. It's never pleasant to have had to do that. And well, when you have mastered it, you will be, after you've finished all your points and made it in your personal art, as funny as it was for everybody else, but not for you, or but you actually knew that it was funny, but you couldn't laugh yourself. Everybody will care to make you laugh again for not being able to yourself. You will not be left hanging if you do it like this. That's something no one would ever not do here. So no one would dare to disturb you with their eyes, but everybody will always intrude your line of sight immediately whenever you will need it. And they have noticed and will always try not to hold you off of your business, so they will not talk immediately, but they will find ways to answer you in all the ways you will need right then in that moment, which always is fun and caring and lovely. They will, even when they're with their friends, walk by and laugh out like true football fans would like talk about their star players, right? Like, did you see that? Did you hear that? This dude just said so funny, and they would just go on, and they're like already 100 feet away, and you can still watch them having fun and enjoying what they just picked up. And one of them dared and cared enough to not give you a single look, but tell his friend loud enough what has just been awesome by you, while not caring to even look at you once, to give this kind of care to make you have their fun instead of your wall of hate in your soul. It's never ever 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 gonna be good to be having such a feeling and the need to be doing this kind of thing. You see, this is why in Germany the sweet versions of actual curses are never ever ever considered as the curses, but always as what they actually mean. Like you can say ass and asshole and stuff like this, but if you use the right word, it's not the medical word, but the right word. It is the factual thing, and it's not a curse. You can talk about an asshole, like a literal asshole, and there's not much to say about an asshole. It is the most amazing thing to have and to be happy, no matter what you believe. If it's God, thank God. If it's evolution, thanks fucking, I don't know, randomness, evolution, whatever made this thing so seriously omni-perfect. The worst thing that makes sick passes there daily, and you never get sick, it never hurts, it never stings, it never burns. You get rid of actual bile waste out of your body. That's stuff that's not just the food you digested, stuff that your cells have made out of those nutritions that are the rest molecules, like literal iron and stuff is mixed in this, which isn't that bad. It's antiseptic, but literally everything is there, including bacteria. Holy shit, quintillions of dead bacteria, like the rests of them, which your immune system cracked on a daily basis, and well, left for dead. Cracked open, left for dead, sucked out and put out through skin, like sweat, pee, and yes, shit. And an asshole is the most amazing organ to be a thing almost every being in some way has. Those birds have, and those geckos and like dinosaurs, they have a cloaca. Like, that fucking works, dude. It's all three in one fucking hole. Shit, pee, and fuck in one fucking hole. Which I believe isn't that pleasant after all. Which is why we mammals, for some holy, unholy, or whatever reason, like atomic rays stuff, whatever physics, I know that stuff well to limits. But I honestly believe in the fucking mixture up all of it. I'm a strong believer in God after have not been it for at least 15 years or 20. As a child I was deeply believing, but by myself, without anyone having the right to ever teach me even anything other than what they believe to be true, and expect any answer other than I'm allowed by God to always lie in my answers, and therefore I'm always grateful for you to tell me what you have learned. And when my My interest is on what you said about whatever you have believed, shared. I would always care to ask all what you said in all my child maximum attention memory when I was going to sleep. God personally and always had been so fucking sweet, so fucking sweet. Always came to an answer and always was so fucking sorry to already have asked. So no take backs possible. Although if he wouldn't have been there getting my message right now, whenever right now will be, please get it from here. And if you're interested, listen to what was my way, and it is really seriously good stuff. Well, to the degree I could tell in my age, and if I would be wrong, I would want you to listen to it after all and correct anything and everything to the extent of the slightest detail that it would bend to make me never ever will be wrong to anyone and any being, which would be terrible to never know, terrible to always know and ever known, terrible to never ever have been known, to just ask you to be free to tell me which is the right for me. And well, this is why when I found back to God, I was a student and I studied philosophy at first. There I had, while I had my actual crisis of belief back then by myself already. I have had the greatest luck to have had a seriously like 78 or 79-year-old professor of philosophy having put out in one of my semesters, I think it was the second or so, the first one in which I actually was able to read that manual, which included all the courses in philosophy that semester, and be like immediately knowing from the title and the short box of description, that's a must for me to take that course no matter what. And those times were so incredible. The courses were between 9 in the morning usually, or 8 in the morning, and like 8 in the evening starting time. And it always depended on when the prof had time and got a room for the course. So you wouldn't be able to select everything you would want to listen to or learn based on multiple rooms and your favorite things being all in the same time slot or too far away from each other, to when you finish the one, the other one will start, but you will never ever reach that new room in time to not miss like the first 5 or 10 minutes at least, which seriously felt so goddamn horrible, because those guys and girls, those women and men there were all so amazing to listen to. Whatever the topic was, you couldn't stop listening to them. When the hour was over, they had it without a clock on their wrist or the table. They had it in their DNA to always stop exactly on point to release everyone, like on the last 30 seconds to 15 seconds to that actual bell. I don't even remember if there has been any kind of bell in university. There was a big clock at the wall, but they really refused to ever look at it, and still stopped and started on time every time. Like really, that's just the tiniest part of what they have mastered. And yeah, they really mastered to this all time consuming last seconds to make and finish all the points they were making without ever starting anything that wouldn't fit into whatever time is left to describe properly. But if important, they would add and always give you book and roundabout on which pages you will need to read, or which title you within the book you just have to scroll for and actually have a great read about it, when they wouldn't have the time to explain in great detail. But yeah, well, I had the greatest luck to have had a professor that wasn't giving a seminar, which would be interactive with the students, but was doing a so-called Vorlesung. So you wouldn't be able to be graded for it. You can just listen for your own curiosity and for your own willingness to learn that stuff. The German version of diploma, and mine wouldn't be called diploma because diploma only will be graded for science, like natural sciences are, and practical sciences will all be awarded diplomas, and you have to have certain tests be tested. Certain stuff must have been learned and proven that you are like an ace in those things to be able to call yourself like diploma of engineering, for example, like Diplom-Ingenieur of Deutsch. It is the correct connotation for that grade. And for all the sciences of the mind, like literature, philosophy, all the languages, with everything that includes, like the university level of language studying, which starts at 0. You can learn like Japanese and Chinese, and the very last still written down and kept in universities dialect that does exist but no one does use anymore for like 150 years or so, and specialize in it and have your master thesis and whatever in it, if you like, if it is what you wanted to do. But you also can like completely be in those magister studies and all those mind sciences of the mind, be graded as magister, which has the same word like a diploma, but it's a totally different thing. You would have to score within seminars a certain amount of points with your tests that you will be able to do in those seminars, like either written tests like in school, or write your own thesis and let that be graded. and you had to collect a certain amount within every semester, but you have been absolutely free on which topics. It must have only been something that someone was offering that semester, and it was a lot what they offered. And when I saw that title, church or on German it is Unterricht, class, philosophy. Do we still need to have both coexisting to make sure everything that either church or philosophy have developed to ensure a full and healthy mind for each and everyone who will pursue true philosophy, literature, will have not any chance not to be stumbled upon it, like you need from Immanuel Kant, from the categorical imperative. I don't know the English word. You really need the 2 pages before that sentence that is the most famous, that is basically explaining it, but read it in the way it's actually written. And I had this. I was in a seminar, and it was a seminar about something totally different from him, but in all his seminars, his book with this quote was a thing they brought, the people who offered the seminar, and you could at any time during the whole hour just approach the teacher's desk, give it a small hand sign or whatever sign. They would always at the beginning of the hour tell everyone what the sign for the book for today will be, so everybody would know how to behave, how to get to be handed. The book always was in a drawer in the table, never open on the table, because it is precious, it is old, it is so perfectly pristine. And well, I went to a seminar. I took a friend with me who I needed for being the one making me approach this really. I went to the first one with that intention, only to have read it out of this original book, which is the original, most original, like the way he himself wrote it. And as a German, you really have the privilege of being actually able to read that, understand the serious, enormous difference in wording, meaning, and actual words you never ever heard anyone ever use. You don't even know what they might mean, but out of context and out of the beauty of what German always has been and is, it's actually impossible to stumble upon a word you don't understand and literally not be able to, out of the word, get the meaning if you concentrate on it. If you just read along and figure it out of context, you will never ever have the true and definitive meaning. And there is a whole book where you can always read what it actually means scientifically, but whatever. You have the privilege of read it in original without any attempt in this book to translate. Only there, in those seminars, you can attempt to bury this book from the library, but it is it is so hard to get a copy, although they have so many of them. But everybody loves those. And all the students who study philosophy hardcore and are in total love with either a philosopher, a writer, a style, a time, or a certain book or a certain idea, and have had the chance to learn it, read it, have seminars, talked about it, learn every detail about it, and then after that, for like serious, for curiosity, for their love of it, for just being able to, will get all those original language copies that the University of Cologne had and hold. And you have to enter yourself in a list, and you will never be on that list for long. You have to return like every week and say you want the book and you want to still be on the list to determine if you will be getting it maybe next when the other person returns the book, which they are not obligated to. They have to bring it back after certain times, but this is very long, and they can always, without caring to ever tell anyone, keep the book for like another month or so, and still be in time, and like bring it back in the next period, and just say, well, I must have lost my receipt that I came and told you that I prolong it. Which always, if you just approach the desk, and say, I want to keep that book for another month, they always will be saying yes, no matter how long you already are holding it. After a few years, they will maybe ask, are you actually still reading it, or is it catching dust somewhere on your shelf? Because if that's the case, please be so kind and buy it yourself. There is special bookstores for this kind of books all around the university. You can just go in, write the correct number. I forgot the IMAP or whatever, I something, out of your copy, which we have provided every fucking single book in our library with, which didn't even had it because it's so original that it is out of a time before those numbers were invented, actually. And well, we did it the old school way, on page last, always on the last page, there was an ink stamp with the correct whole title of the book and that number in absolutely very readable, never to perish, pristine ink with a pristine stamp. Yeah, believe me, they actually had to make a stamp for each and every book back then, because for the number you can use the method like Gutenberg would have used, like put in those numbers in that area of the stamp which you would keep free, and just put in stones and or like little iron keys which will hold the number, and then it will be complete when you have filled the stamp. And then you can put in some mechanism on the stamp, like twist it or so, it will then close it and hold it steady. Then you can press it into the ink and into the book. That exists, but they certainly had made complete own stamps, which in Germany, I remember, was something. There still is a few shops where you can make stamps, and it was considered too cheap to not honor a thing that is so precious, like all those books that this university holds, which are before those numbers. So they seriously contacted a few of those shops and asked them to make a connection, a network with every other shop in the whole city, and find a fair price for both sides to be contractor of the university, to be creating those stamps whenever the budget for it will arrive monthly. The new budget would unlock the next, I don't know, few thousand books, therefore few thousand jobs to make a stamp, and those few thousand jobs were divided for every stamp making shop in the whole city based on their own like kind of right to participate and get a fair share of the jobs, not depending on your shop being one shop and therefore you get the same share. No, depending on your shop being just you in the shop, or you actually have multiple people working for you doing the same jobs you also do and all being able to make stamps. So if you had like 4 people in your shop that can make stamps, you would get 4 shares of work. It was shared like this. So everyone will have their profession being asked to have been done for this project that the University of Cologne, the philosophers, have once one of them said in a, I don't know, Vorlesung or seminar, I never forget this stuff, that they did this. They were being ridiculed by many, if not every other university for that, but they consider it an honor to the wood, to the stamp that is just fixed, is rubber under the wood, just rubber. And the process is so efficient and easy. You basically do the Gutenberg thing, a stamp maker, with whatever is the thing where you will fill in the liquid rubber, which you will just mix out of a few ingredients you will be able to buy as a stamp maker to actually create the rubber for the stamp in liquid form without the need of any source of fire or heat, and pour it into your form, wait for it to dry, get it out very, very carefully and patiently with your tools, which is basically the most work part of that job, because you really, really need to get in there with a sharp like needle or even like knife like tool, and just get it out without ever cutting it or piercing it. Like it. There is always surplus rubber where you will do the cuts and get it out easy, and then you do the fine correction for every letter, every number, and every line in that stamp. And when you're finished, you polish it, kind of, and then just super glue it to that wooden stamp, which you can be sure. Back then when I was a kid, my teacher told us this in class. It was really, really seriously a whole art on its own, which stamp to use on which size of stamp message you will have chosen. And it was all back then already purely ergodynamic for people who have to stamp like on their jobs. 1,000 stamps per day should not have ever made anyone's hand ache the slightest bit ever. So German stamps, I can promise, are still and have always been truly and professionally like doctors themselves. They wouldn't have dared to ever hurt your hands to the slightest bit, even if you have to stamp 1,000 or 2,000 times per day or more, every day. Which they would always, when they said stuff like this, the olds, when I was a kid, would always after that add, which even if you would be having a job like this, where you would have to do that every day, you should seriously consider going to work and not doing your job every once in a while, at least every 2 or 3 days for a whole day, and ask your boss for something that will make use of your hand in ways that will be what? Biologically correct to your body, to your hand, your arms, which in the process that you have done like for 2 days straight, 8 hours, thousands of times, are basically turning you into a machine. But you're not a machine, you will never ever will be. If you ever will do anything in any way, in frequency, and repeat an emotion, even if it is serious easy one. Do it every day for 8 hours a day for 20 years, and you will be seriously sick to degrees that are horrible. Many people here. We're talking about the unfortunate few that were stupid enough, as they say themselves. They always promise, they say themselves they have been too stupid, although they knew not to do it. They just took it seriously. It was fun. They were in some kind of manufactory, and they were the very best at what they did for so much greater best that they just loved it. Make them choose to do it themselves, no matter how and who try to make them do something else, as was always be known to have to do. There would not have been a job in this whole country in which such a thing was allowed to be, although there wasn't even necessity to have actual laws for hundreds of years to prohibit practices like this, until most recently they have started to make all these things laws. But the reason why they didn't before was the most sweet. You should know. They never, ever, ever had a problem with argumentation, with the science backing it, with the doctors to sign it and whatnot, and the universities to back it up. The only problem was they lacked the correct better than to be. When this is prohibited, then there must be a law that will not allow you to make certain jobs, works, whatever, make certain things without using machines or that other techniques that will be in place to be the only allowed way to actually do whatever it is that, well, monotone jobs has and have been here and still are here like crazy. It's never ever gonna stop. But they care to find a better, and whenever there is a better, which is affordable, and it's always affordable. If not, they will make it affordable. They will make it so fucking tremendously cheap and working, so no one will ever dare not to invest into something that, let's say, cost 100,000 back then Deutschmark for a single person, for a single job, a single person doing a single job, to prevent by this investment that this person will ever be gonna be suffering from all those serious, really serious, like to degrees you couldn't possibly imagine. I saw a very tiny few of those oats back then when I was a kid. They kindly asked in school if anybody has a grandparent who's willing to visit and talk about their own. Well, it wasn't considered a disability per se back then. It didn't have the status, but it was called a disability. Those effects were then visible and in some way or form disabling limbs, body parts, and in the worst cases tremendously painful. Those who had pain always told those who didn't have pain, from whom they knew that they would visit us, that they really are sorry not to show up. They feel so bad not to have taught us that, but what they have is so bad that is horrible to ever dare from your heart to talk about the truth, and other than the truth isn't right. So there is no thing but the truth to talk about, no matter how the person is who's listening. It's their body which they share how to not get to this by telling everybody what they did wrong and what they learned and how they missed all the things that everybody has learned here. You have to be your own boss on that, and you have to be adamant. And if you would ever, which in Germany never ever gonna happen, if you for this reason would you refuse to continue your work and ask for something else to do, to have time to regenerate your body from repetitive or your mind from repetitive processes, workloads, you will be granted this. And if there is no such thing, then guess what? You got free time, paid. You are at work and there's no job and you have nothing. You can't smoke cigarettes and drink a beer until they found something to give you. And if they ever throw you out for it, you can seriously be sure that you are fucking able to make a fucking hurricane out of this to them by just telling the people where you will have to show up within 3 days after losing your job, which are a federal bureau for work, which take care for everyone who isn't at work to be granted the rightful amount and pay check that in Germany is absolutely, from the first to the last, known by law. Everybody knows the rules and how much, when, to when, and how long is your right. You will always have to work first to be granted those benefits for a certain amount of time after you have lost your job, which is meant to leave you with a significant share of what you have earned last. You will get about 66% of your last after-tax income per month for up to a whole year, depending on how long you have worked. If you have worked for at least 2 years without losing your job in these 2 years, like steadily, no matter if you change jobs in between in this time, that's absolutely no trouble. That doesn't count as losing your job. Only losing your job and being unemployed for like a day within those 2 years will be an interruption, and then they will always count the days from that point on to the day where you have lost your job, let's say again, and approach them. And that's the time you have worked steadily without ever receiving any payments of them. Like if you would have just been jobless for a day, didn't apply for a payment, but informed them and then immediately found a new job and therefore had not received at least, I think, one full monthly payment from them, it will not be counted as interruption and it will be counted as steady work. When you have worked for 2 years straight, you are, after losing your job, entitled to get 1 year, like 12 paychecks, 2/3 of your last paycheck after taxes, not even working, like not even doing anything. You just sign up and they will send you the money on the first, without anything, any strings attached. And if, for example, I have worked for 6 months, it will be 3 months entitlement. It's always half and doesn't exceed 1 year. It was longer when I was younger, but we all had to consider that system wasn't gonna be able to be paid for out of what the German tremendously impossible to describe, almost impossible for every and any German even to describe properly why our economy is good at all. We all have heard reasons and arguments, but within my lifetime I have watched so many of those things that were being known as our great economy and is great because we had this and this and that. Well, and then all our fucking biggest and smallest companies fucking went overseas to China within a couple of years. It was news every day. It was political discourse in our highest um, political, like presidential political we have in Berlin. In Berlin, there is the main one, but we have 16 other ones just as big as this for every state that will handle other stuff. But yeah, those and that highest for all those years had daily sessions and daily debates on that topic, on how it will be crippling us and make us all be poor soon, not able to hold our standards. And out of all these debates and work groups and science, like science jobs they created and debated, the I don't know, it is the same in every democracy in our time, fortunately. For anyone listening in from a place where this isn't the standard, I wish you that you once will be somehow granted to visit here for like a month. You can stay at my place. I will bring you to wherever you need to read our transit. I will tell you everything. I have to learn it myself then anew, which will be a pleasure and an honor. And well, then send you back to make it happen yourself, where you are, because that's something. That's such amazing stuff. They never brag about it. They never ever mention it without the need to. But when there is a need to mention it, they will never ever have not made the fucking news mention it in the right, correct, like dare not to use the words that they use, like the lawful terms for the jobs and the groups and the, well, it is called the wissenschaftlicher Dienst. And that is a service that every party and every politician can make use of. They have for all discipline highest educated personnel on demand. Their job is to wait for assignments that politicians and parties will, for their own daily business, create questions to answer, details to check, fact checks to describe, numbers to run, whatever, right? And out of all these debates back then, which were filled by fear, they were really all, you could see it in their eyes and hear it in their voices when they talked before the whole audience every time. It was seriously, it was hardcore to watch. I was smiling all the time. I was laughing. I was always saying, that's not a problem, man. If they all will do this, there's just one way to repay them, which is they are traditional German companies who leave us and produce everything there and not keep us and produce there additionally, because it is like a few dollars or mark cheaper that way, which they will all be for round about 90% keep themselves, and like 10% pass on to customers and other partners, which we all know is how it works and how this kind of stuff happens to happen, which we all are proud of having our own companies had been steadily and proudly stating year by year and in ads and stuff that they will never leave us for anything in the world, although it would be cheaper or better even. If it's better somewhere else, then it's worse here, so their job will then be make it as good at least as anywhere else it is or has been, where they would be interested to wander to not ever, because they all have been founded some centuries ago in this nation that seriously, until most recently, not even had a national identity at all. The first ever kind of German national identity, first ever kind of, it wasn't even, was the Preußische, which came out of the Preußische tribe, was back then mighty enough and influential enough and be kind of by the first king, Kaiser Wilhelm the First. I think it was, yeah, it must be Kaiser Wilhelm the First, being a very charismatic and absolutely stunning personality, being in a perfect combination of everybody loved all the things the Prussian standard stood for and made the people, the citizens, prosper by holding on to those rulings and standards and sentences and rhymes, even sometimes, which were not just rhymes, they were actual law and stuff. And yeah, well, that really showed for itself. The people were happy, and well, had to take some bitter pills here and there, like some unpleasantries had to been done anyway, and they were shared better, and it was always cared to develop any and every strategy to make any of those bitter things go away for everyone and anyone, even if you are the one who has no choice but clean the gutter. And also has always been, because born with it, a sensitive nose which never gets dull, as you know, if you have been born and schooled good old Germany in the 90s. We learned that stuff in the first 4 years of school in the Grundschule, which is the first 4 years of school. It's called Grundschule, and it is for kids age 6 to 10. And in this school you will learn all those things. You will have tremendously awesome field excursions, which always your main teacher, like your class teacher, and some other teacher who knows the class from some other thing they teach in that class, who is available to meet at school sharp 8 as always. And then first hour, instead of math, briefing. Alright, children, as we already have pre-briefed until now and planned, our excursion today will start soon. We will start from here exactly at ... dot. Until then, we have plenty of time to make sure we are as amazingly prepared sharp 8 as everybody, as I can tell by the shining looks into your eyes. Everyone believes. We will make any last check. There is no one allowed to go home and bring anything missing from now on. You are now in the Obhut, is the German right word, in the care of the school. So if something is missing, tell us immediately. Maybe we can organize something from our own. If there is some kind of stash or whatever is needed on a day like this, as we have spoken before, and well, somehow slipped into anything else but your rucksack, your backpack, which isn't a problem. Don't be sad if it happened to you and you know or don't know the reason for it. It is not important. The only important thing is to now everybody start the check as I will tell you to. Open your backpacks on the place you know you have to open it together. Then everybody would put the backpacks on the place we have learned for this special checkup, to put our backpacks simultaneously on, open them, but not start searching until everybody is ready and at the same level of opened the back. Sometimes the teacher would playfully forbid to open them. So today we will open them all together, which was awesome because of the sound. They would always, when they forbid it, then say, okay, now that we are all ready, they would always say it in a calm, lovely voice. Now that we are all ready, please care for not laughing, not commenting, not saying, wow, was such a thing, although it is seriously awesome. Keep yourself together for, please, at least 2 or 3 seconds after the amazing thing happened, so it can finish itself. But we will all be having the pleasure, while opening our own bag, to listen simultaneously being opened by everybody else, which is like clapping but not clapping, which is a rare thing to have not ever had a chance to enjoy and hear together. So everybody ready? Everybody able to keep it cool? And like when it's finished, the last clap sounded, we can all immediately start to say all the wows and be loud and enjoy what we just have heard. But please open your bag the way you know it has to count as open to the end while you do so, and then wait for the signal to do the check, as I will then go on with everybody. I will call out the item. You will all search it out of your bag, put it on your table. Then I call the next and the next and the next. And after that, we will all have known that everything is at its right place. No one ever gonna look into your bag and tell you to sort it differently. It's your bag. You do it as you please. The important thing, it's there and it will not be damaged by the way you pack, which is a thing you have learned like with your mother's milk if you have been born anyway on this planet, anywhere on this planet. And yeah, most certainly that will mean you will also have had the pleasure of had learned it like this here too. So don't be nervous, don't feel pain if you have to search for it further, and if it's down there under everything else, don't ever hesitate to just put out everything else that is in the way on your table on the left side. on one pile, and then put the item that I called for on the right side of your table, on the place where it is. You know where it is? The best place? Everybody knows their own best place. Which is the best place for this item? Anyone? The place where I can see it myself, and I'm sure that from where you sit, without the need to stand up or need to use your head or neck too much because of us, like you have the perfect view for the whole class, and you can look at every table, and when you look at from where you sit on every table, you will always have the best view. First your eye will be there and not be covered by anything else in your line of sight, to not being visible for you. So it must be visible for me and for you. And we have all, because we have made certain from the first grade that we, after the first grade, have all been right-handed. And in the first grade there were 2 or 3, which we all don't know who they were, but 2 or 3 that were uncertain for which reason we wouldn't have made a choice like this. But after that has developed in all the ways it had to, and they all made their free and own choice to be right-handed, although they all showed all promising signs of being left, or usually left-handed children are not left-handed, as we know. They are both-handed, which is a tremendous asset to know of, and which is why in a German school, since a year we all don't know, very long ago, it is forbidden even to be a left-handed child in school, not being teach all the assets for being both-handed actually, and have learned all this, and then still, if they decided to switch to right hand, but have had the proper education about the whole topic and the benefits they would miss if they would listen to everyone, because everybody knows there are many bad parents who have children who are both-handed or left-handed, and then punish them and scream at them and force them to use their right hand still. Although in Germany everybody knows that is a real bad thing to ever have done to anyone. So from the moment we have been sure this has been taken care of by our teachers and our dean of school involved, he had the last word on it. He was involved in this process. We asked, and our teacher laughed and said, "You are a special kind of blend. You amazing, sweet little fellow. You always care to ask the right questions whenever you hear stuff like this, and always ask for the right person to supervise something so important as you immediately, as it seems, have all learned and known. Important, so important that you all to this day, to the very last day of 4th class, could do the honest and honorable promise to whatever we believed in ourselves and our integrity first of all, which is what any God should always want us to be pursuing first, instead of pursuing what is good for God. God is an entirely different person, has totally different life, and it's awesome, really awesome. If God can actually snap at the finger and be like your personal, whatever God can do for you, which isn't the case, for whatever reason. So our own integrity, that to the last day, the whole class, including those 2 or 3 children who had been in this situation, have been anonymous. No one ever ask another pupil for, are you one of those? If that ever happened, no matter if alone or in front of a group, at least one of us would immediately stop that with a very fierce and strong, like strong and known argument, almost screaming at them if necessary, if they would continue asking anyone, and we would be there to see that happening. We have learned to stop those things in any conditions presented. If it's something that is as important as your own body and your own part of your body, no matter where it is, if it's in the head, the stomach, or the heart, I don't mind. It had all these places and many more over the course of history, and no matter where it is part of yourself, as you can tell yourself always that your mind is part of your body, and it doesn't really feel any different than where it always will sign itself to actually have been anytime you consider anything different. And yeah, your whole body, your mind is in your whole body. It's the best way to view this scientifically, spiritually, and for your own health, mentally, so you will never detach your mind from, like, your body can get a cold, or you can get a influenza very easily. Many of you know that in your age. It's a very common, sad but common disease that children often get in weather conditions like we have in fall and winter and even spring. That's a thing. It's especially here in Cologne, something we cannot ever have any choice but seriously sit it out and give the right medicine, which always is not antibiotics. And we have the doctor call if antibiotics ever will be necessary. The doctor will know. The doctor will see. You visit the doctor, he looks into your ear, and then he puts in his tool, which, until we dare to ask, we'll never have the joy to actually see ourselves, because the doctor will expect you to, if you want to see the tool, you will be known and taught in Germany. You will be considered someone who's scared of tools and therefore tries not to have seen them or never asked for them, and therefore the doctor will carefully not show you the tools with which they are helping you, even if it's not hurting you or incapable to hurt you. Some people are scared of those mirrors from the dentist in their mouth, like terrified, scared. They can't imagine having one of them in their mouth, and they're like 60, 70, and still live with that fear out of something. They all say something in their life was very horrible and happened to them, and from that day on they just couldn't had anything, not even the dentists put anything into their mouth other than themselves with the toothbrush. Nothing ever was possible to enter their mouth. Well, that's a lie, right? The other thing that obviously will have entered their mouth still, nevertheless, daily. Obviously, very daily. Would be what? Spoon at the very least, right? Exactly. But not always, of course. But you can have a whole day or a whole week or a whole month or a whole life without ever needing to use a spoon. You can always eat your food with, like, for example, bread. For bread, you don't need a spoon or a knife or a fork ever. You can choose to eat with those a bread. It's possible, and it's considered some places where it is considered very fancy and high class to do so. It will be great if you choose to do it then there and display your skills on how to, or learn it right there, and be watched by those other people there who declared that space there as high fancy local fan club of eating bread with fork and knife. It is. You will never need a spoon for a sandwich. It will be horrible if you ever try to make use of a spoon for your sandwich. No matter which sandwich you have in front of you, it will be horrible. But with a fork and a knife, you can properly eat any sandwich without the need to actually use your fingers and touch your food with your maybe contaminate because you are sick yourself and want to get sure that not even those bacteria who are currently in you that got out of your body through your sweat in the form of, well, dead fragments or still fighting alive but fortified cells waiting for a chance to reactivate themselves when they would re-enter in any way into anyone's organism, yours or anyone else's, and they would choose to exit your body over sweat if they happen to become, let's say, aware of that being the situation in which they will currently be. If they have any chance to know that when they fortify, they will be ejected, which they kind of know because they will be smaller when they do that, and when they're smaller, they will fit through those membranes that will filter them slowly but gradually with every heartbeat and every motion, every movement of a muscle in past those then not too small but perfectly fitting holes, always into one direction, which is amazing. Never inwards, always outwards. And, well, when they have reached a point in which the body has painlessly pinched them to the wall and clinched off the nutrition for them, they have no choice than fortify themselves, which they then will do and then will filter out and will be in your sweat. On the fingers, way less than any other place of your body. The fingers have the least amount of sweat producing cells, organelles. It is an organ that collects fluid like water will be the fluid it accepts, not blood. It will collect water, which is in your body coming out of what? Always. Your body always coming out of what? Out of blood. Right, whatever you drink and will pee out never actually had a single moment in your body. It just passed through your we call it in German still digestive system, although it is clearly something entirely different, both systematically and the location, the whole piping and well, things that we have learned already in our beloved Sachkundeunterricht, but always love to repeat and take care of anyone among us who silently wants to enjoy, listen to these facts and be happy. So we repeat with great care, because it's also the most important things we ever have learned in our lives, and should start early with repeating, so we will never ever forget certain details that are not many, but always are true, that will be, when you have learned the rest, able to understandably state by yourself that this is possible and that isn't. And what isn't possible for a sweat druse to get the fluid out of anything else, but well, it doesn't do it itself, I guess. I don't know, I'm not a doctor, but the water your sweat is made of is pure water and salt. And all those things that are fragments of bacteria and cells, basically living cells inside of you that doesn't belong inside of you, that have been found somehow and either been cracked because they were delicious to some cell of yours, at least partially, and they had the tools to crack them open and literally kill this invader and get something out of it, even some very valuable thing out of it for themselves, that they will be nurture themselves from. Like, for example, do you know what is the most important? It's a natural thing that you can get out of bananas, the most in nature, but it is in absolutely everything that nature provides that is very healthy to us, but we can produce it ourselves without the need of a tree or anything, and we call it what? Kalium. Yeah, right, awesome, great job. And yeah, for example, which isn't factual to the degree that I could tell ever, or anyone could tell ever, if anything like this ever happened in your body, because they simply wouldn't test for it. But they have tested for stuff like that in great care and detail, and understood all those details to the point where they can tell you, yes, it is possible to, for example, which I know it will not be with kalium, but I don't know, other elements and molecules that your body seriously, tremendously needs. Tremendously, like tremendously needs. I cannot say it in any other way. Tremendously needs to survive are in your food and also in cells that need it too themselves. But usually you cannot get it out of any other cell. Cells within your body are not able to eat other cells, any other cells. They are not it's not possible to them. It's absolutely, one can say, kind of, as it seems as it might be even kind of forbidden to every cell within every body of all mammals, reptilia, birds, fish. Also, plants, no matter if trees or grass, from grass to trees and everything in between, including all flowers and whatnot we ever have seen and called a name because it's different than everything else that already has a name. All these beings are not capable of, although they are all from the very first to the last of their whole bodies, are completely and 100% consistent of out of cells that hold together and do jobs collectively together. And one job that no cell is allowed to be able to be doing is to eat their neighbor, because the neighbor cell has the nutrition, because it is, let's say, one cell closer to the heart, from where the fresh blood comes, must not even be closer to the heart to be that, but it is actually. But theoretically, it must not. You can, when the heart is, for medical reasons, stop because it stopped working, and you put on the machine that will pump the blood like the heart would do. Actually, you can pump it the other way around too. It will have no medical effect that would lead to you not being able to nourish all yourself. It will be a little discomfortable for your body because it had lived the other way all your life and kind of specialized in perfecting to take, share, and care for getting everything in the right amounts along the way, and be like, when the cell before you got the nutrition and it was the last one, it will have it and work with it for a certain amount of time. It will take a long time to process it and turn it into whatever it will turn it to. And in the meantime, it will be nourished by it. It will either generate energy out of it, or it will do anything else that it has to do to nourish itself. It will somehow try to include it into its own, usually, partially, and also, if possible, gain some energy out of it as surplus, if possible. If not, it will not. But something that it can do with the specific nourishment in the specific form in which it is equipped to grab it out of the blood flow, is on every wall of every cell no matter if it's yours or anyone else's. And when this nourishment passes in this specific form in which it will just click in when it is close enough, like a magnet, while passing and being close enough, it will attract like a magnet and click together, and then it is caught by the cell and the right type, that this cell will have all the tools within itself to crack the part that is waste after the whole process of eating that stuff, that molecule up, and gaining anything and everything out of it it is supposed to gain, and cannot be mistakenly get like verstopft wie im Klo, weil du da zu viel Papier reingeschmissen hast oder komische Sachen, weiß ich. Das kann nicht passieren. Warum nicht? Because if the same nutrition is, and that's the case, in many different forms and many different, let's say, fruits, every fruit is different, the same sugar that we all, like fruit sugar, we all love and can taste, and always, no matter what your fruit is, if you have with chemical tools, scientifically known, done it right, you can extract the fruit sugar, fructose, out of any fruit on this planet and isolate it, and you can have, like, in any way you can imagine, isolate like all the sugar you gain from all your bananas, all from your apples, all from your whatever you like, oranges, and you taste those three after another, you will be absolutely 100% sure and assured it will all taste exactly the same. And being granted that, you can be absolutely assured that when you buy this very, very, very lovely to still have, and always ever since they had started to make these and restarted to make these after they surely had some reasons in between to reduce or have to stop to, because, well, fruit maybe were not as available for certain times or whatnot. It has been a whole history, but I don't know who invented these, but it is a process that is known for long. It isn't that hard for some fruits, and a little bit harder. You have to figure out what to mix in which heats and how to apply the processes to basically cook it out of the fruit. And then when you have done everything right, you can just let the water cook out completely, and what will be left will be crystals on your plate that basically are the sugar drying and becoming first hard crystals on that thing you cooked it in first, and then after that get to be, when you scratch it off, fine fruit sugar. And with a little easy trick, they use gelatin for this, but a special form of it. You can press these and make this incredibly powdery sugar. The original powder sugar is directly descendant of Traubenzucker. And today, Puderzucker is the same Rohrzucker, like every sugar is, and just not even care to grind it to powder. In the process of producing the sugar and the grains we all love and like to have, the same size we all have all over the globe for the grains, it will always be a certain amount of sugar be grinded to this powder too. And what it is, they just collect it and sell it, and it's delicious on cake. And yeah, it's way harder in terms of wasteful to, but you can, it's easy, but it's wasteful. But you can turn this powder into that regular sugar easily by just collect all of it and then put all of it into the same cooking pot in which you have cooked out the proto sugar out of the fruit, or in this case the Rohrzucker. Add this stuff in after you have cooked it out of the plant, and yeah, let the process finish again, like crystallize or get hard. And it is a very, very, very fascinating with this industrial cookers that produce it. Actually, it's not that they will leave it to crystallize too long. It is they cook it in ways that are so amazing, so tender, so knowledgeable, that in the end you will have a thick syrup, and it will be the most possible amount of sugar with the least possible amount of water combined in that mix, which isn't dry but also isn't like like fluid, like a glass of water would be. And out of this syrup, they put that stuff into a machine that does some amazing, uncomplicated things with like heated air or whatnot. I don't know the correct. This is an engineer's secret how this machine then extracts this last water out of the syrup the best way, the unwasteful and most practical way, which always for these kind of processes includes what? Turning it around itself very fast. Yeah, like with what we all now are happy to have learned here together, for sure, that every factory that produces anything in some step will have at least one motor as a car motor is a motor, and uses it and creates it for its own machine, and its step accordingly will not look like a car motor at all, but does the same thing. And that is translating power, force that can be coming out of fuel or electricity, or like in the old days, water, for example. A windmill also is a motor, basically, in the ways it is translating the wind into a circular motion, which is then being from where the huge mill is turning slowly with many continuously smaller like räder, like screws that go into each other like Zahnräder, which they already had back then out of wood, still have some working ones. There's still many of those windmills and watermills on this planet being working to this day in pristine condition. They have kept them, whoever kept them, to make sure we never will have a day on this planet where this knowledge and the way to use wood would ever be forgotten or not used anymore, and not being able to study it, to maybe attempt to use wood more, because wood is, compared to iron, much better to use, although you will have to change all your parts regularly, and therefore you have to build in a way where you can get out any screw and every it's not a tire, any rat out in a certain way that will be most possibly easy and right, to not destroy that machine completely, and the other parts that are not as much destroyed as the one that you have to switch, not getting kaput by what you gotta do. But with wood you can be sure it is way cheaper for the environment and for anything that you can imagine being better for health, for the people that are near those machines, where iron is grinding itself upon itself in huge dimensions all day 24/7. They're always in every second and every turn is a certain amount of iron dust grinding off those Zahnräder while it turns. It's minimal, and that's the problem. It's so minimal that it can, while be grinding and falling, catch by while falling a corn of dust in the air on its way, lay on it, be not heavy enough to sink that dust particle in the air to the ground, because that particular particle was so much more like a feather, so much lighter than air, that it had a way higher uplift before, now had a slightly less uplift, but still has uplift. So it is gonna fly around as much as it does day in, day out, now carrying a whole grain as small as possible, as powder, not even visible. You will need a microscope to ever see it at all. And this is not any iron. It is the most pristine iron that is used for this kind of gears right? So it is in a form in which it is on what? Unattachable to any organic cell. It is cleared out of everything iron would otherwise actually be carried on when it's in the ore or in the water or in the ground or the food or your blood, and therefore be like a pure piece of iron that when it enters any living organism's body will be something that organism is not equipped at all to know and have certain ways, like the body with everything else always has certain ways to get rid of any waste. For that, the body didn't have ever had a need to develop ways like this, and we'll need, no one knows how many generations more to actually get there. We all know one day it will be no trouble, but for now the iron we use for our machines and tools is something we don't want it to be able to breathe it in any way or form, because we know these little tiny grains that are so amazingly few, right? There's almost no chance to ever be contaminated by these. But for any one grain, you will most likely during your whole lifetime being breathing in, and for some reasons unknown in that time frame but known to medicine, be in a very unfortunate situation that it doesn't immediately got breathed out, because the lung is tremendous at this job, like catching something and immediately flush it out is the lungs highest specialty at ease, like highest form of at ease, being most certainly specialized and capable of doing this all the time and literally incapable of doing anything else. But for the one particle during your lifetime that you will breathe in and keep, just know it was somewhere in some factory on this planet someday, some time ago, between a short time and maybe years, or by now almost even centuries ago, to this day, bound on whatever it hooked on for some reason, and being breath in and breath out, breathe in and breathe out, being stuck on grounds, on plants, on animals, on anything. It had passed, and then finally it was your turn to breathe it in and breathe it out, and then it happened. Somehow it fell into the one tiny impossible but happens to happen hole inside your lung, in which for a micro moment this airflow that the lung produces wasn't happening in the way it usually does. It was the other way around. For a tiny space, for a micro moment, and in that moment this particle also had been there, where it had been dragged, sucked into into you. Now, a decision has to be made, despite the torments. If we gonna be keepers. Oh, really? Oh my god. Oh my god. Where is the baby drum? They have been pop people. All those fucking Schluss was all. Well, by not. No. The praying mantis, the praying mantis, the praying mantis, the praying mantis. First hour of my whole life, first hour ever in my whole life with my therapist. First ever interruption he did from the many he did, which I was very surprised that they actually do that. Die Klaue und Schlachtgeflüster sind mit dieser Menge Hitpoints nicht überlebt. Das bei 6 Schlusswörter und 8 Grund. Oh my god. Alright, I give you that. You have ruined my elites. Titus. And it is something that has been done by you when you turn. I was positioned extremely carelessly wrong. For what it's worth, I have lost a ton of ships in this run, which I really, from the very first, in which I care to, for every last one, put in 3 new ones, made a rule for a few occurrences. But then at some point was like, okay, now I got my elite 6. Those 6 will be the ones. Once I will try to care to use as what I have had them. Do with training and even with at the command which is new. I love how this command board still shows every time I restart a game. Things change in this list. Some things vanish or have been changed, or new commands enter. Any one of them is so much worth for me, even if I don't get him. And I'm too not lazy, but too seriously honoring the to me sacred pages. I consider them pages of name, index, code, and profile, which will contain the true names of all the things I will need to Go to the path, open the file. Is holding them in clear. Clear. Those are new. A unit that will be. Yes, we are in a regular, not a special operations. War. So we will not one free move from start to end of this point. We will carefully create platforms that will fight in the street for turns and I've been very good to stop the old ways imperfect, perfect anticipation. This one, this one, civilization, one shall I will do. I don't mind if it takes a few turns more. It's the last one, dude. The next one will be just needing to build everything that is supposed to be built. Well, there is another one. What the actual fuck? Oh no. Oh yes. Doody. We have raised the output by building all these fine additional with the thing. Very How about you having a way to boom? Those buildings was something I really feel something. Last time that would happen. Good to take care of more instead of just some everyone is trembling, will be. Give it up, boom. what it is. Het is niegelnagelneu, niegelnagelfrei, niegelnagelfrei, regelnagelroll. I almost forgot it, but this is the thing I always love to do in my head. I love the way I am. Most lovingly proud of all my elders and the great people I share this beautiful patch of land on this planet with, and culture and food and stuff and work and everything by law. Our nation is so great, our people are so good at heart. They deserve to be on the very special days with Macron and his wife that no one will ever tell anything about. Those are not work dates. Those times and they just will be great to be taken care of some degree that it transcends the word of friendship. True love is love like Macron's is so beautiful and enticing and absolutely caring and healing, and in no way or form any less than the female form, but different, but very similar in many ways, though not to give anyone a false impression, but different though, and still in the right ways, not in the right ways different, and in the right ways not, to have a very heavily deserve to be invited for being such a great colleague at the political scene, no matter which one of them that would catch Macron's attention would be invited to whatever restaurants and they are around in Paris. They will know where to call and which office they will want to give them. Hi, I'm here, I'm finished, and I have very much free time. I have no plans for my lunch or whatnot. Can you please hook me up with someone who wants to be showing me the place to be and share this meal with me, not as colleagues, not as politicians, but please politicians, okay? Not talking about work, or if we do, then in the best way that we know we deserve, from the heart, without the debate, only the awesomeness of it, the ways we know it really does exist, like with Shadeen, like all the things we did, you and me today and last week, and true, yes we did, what we have done and being part of being in this position is really much more than not, but pretty much actually very much a difference of honor, but it is the greatest honor to be actually a part of. If you are in any position, any job that is directly related to one of our political organs, our democratic rights to have and know ways that they are meant to be, with or without you, but better with you than without you. if you care and like to be part of it, it is the greatest thing on this planet, the most truthful, honest to God, without the slightest need of anything even close to the God, but also able to haven't had anything less than not just any God and every God, but the right God for you who would want it to be honest to God, the most honest thing in existence you can have. When you have learned English, no matter on this planet where you are, it is really worth it. No matter where you were born, please do yourself the favor to learn English to the degrees that you can. Be steady and ready, steady, go. This is the moment, this is the time. I will pay up for this. Yes, I am this verrückt. I have been presented 20 to have the third throne. From the very first time I will buy it for $30 to have $10 each. So nuts! One Lego gets out of it, it is fine to have spent $30, but the odds are nuts. Paid less for railroad, but Sargala. Do it. First up, oh, you didn't do. God, that's what. Correct. Now that you are entering you, being absolutely happy and fine with getting you out again. Do what it is you love to do as work. I would also that's something I will write down. Number 2. Come on. Nuts. Whatever that might be. I have no clue. Gimme the nuts. Gimme the nuts. Gimme the nuts. Dice plus 4 for king. The 5 night epic nuts. Give me the next nuts. Please let it be Lego nuts. I cannot decide. Give me please. Re-roll until it stops on any Lego. That's all you need to do. Thank you. Damn, son. Der heiligen Dreifaltigkeit, bei allem, was je und noch immer Gottes und der Götter einig ist. Ich bin so dankbar, dass es ausgerechnet genau jetzt zu einem Verbindungsfehler gekommen ist. Es wird kein Lego sein. Die Lektion hier ist mich. Ich hab vergessen. Aber den hatte ich noch nicht, ne? Der ist auch nuts. Park in the fat, now plus 4. And this dude is very beloved by all the content creators ever since he's out. And I didn't had him until just now. So for $30, I scored 2 nuts at least. And Sargala, I didn't took the time to check, but I take the liberty to write those 3 names on a letter that my lawyer sent. A letter that is most important to not be ever not caring less than not to respect it at this. My love is keeping it from eyes. I will not even show it to the court itself. But if the court would ever order this, which will not happen, but if I wouldn't ever feel ashamed to have done this, I would really even present it like very openly to whoever will be sitting in front of me, checking my copy for what could be the only thing I would ever be able to imagine being possible for a court to have a reason ever, if any, to order you to bring your originals, that they will need to check the double print that was made their own for their digital and physical, if it is so there where it has to be also in physical form for a certain amount of time. And yes, they also have it in their computers what was printed out, and there would be something written in that which I would have missed somehow, and would have not just made a little error but a big one, because it was like written right there that what I missed would have been making me punishable by law, and then it also was on this letter, so there wouldn't be any chance anymore at all to doubt that I must have known and purposely didn't do what I had to do or not do. Be taken care of the way it's provided to me, and I would have no idea of that, and say I really for the very first time hearing it right now in the courtroom, Your Honor. Please, I have read the letter with all care twice, but there was no such word, and I swear. Do you have the letter with you? No. Bring it for the next session. We will check if your copy lacks it. And don't you ever dare to falsify a copy that you would do yourself without that sentence. Bring the original. We will recognize the original from any attempts of faking it. Just a fair warning. Many tried. Almost everybody fails. It's impossible. Literally, absolutely, in any way or form, scientifically backed, impossible to take a letter from us and change anything in it in an own copy of it with any and every given tool on this planet to the end of time. Although they're sophisticated whatnot, you can use AI now for whatever, deepfake. Whatever you dare to try, be warned, it is functionally impossible to fake it. And in a case in which I have the words written in and you present me a document from us in which a different sentence in a same copy, in a duplication of that document, isn't actually duplicated, we will always care to check. Like we know to check to make sure that this document that is lacking or having too many words in it is both actual ours, which we will recognize, not telling anyone how and why. We have this power to do so, and no one else in the whole world can do so but we ourselves. Okay? We have an own bureau and unit for this kind of matters. We have special trained people in every court with access to special equipment with which they can any given document in their hands on its own without another document needed. Check for authenticity and origin. Invisible to anyone's eye. It's impossible to know how they fucking do it. Anyone who ever tried, like professionally tried to find out how it works, had failed so hard, not found out the slightest thing, and will never ever get there. Not bad. Especially for the orikis that have not nice. You will be my choice to be 50, to make an attempt on cracking the Barabbas with the Ukes, which I didn't have it. Well, in that case, let be. Now finish talking and start playing in the game. And I actually do. When I'm not in story mode. If you're here with me, I still wouldn't have any idea. I would love it if you are here and laugh your ass off about what a fucking noob I am. Don't feel bad or sad, you're not at all creeping or whatnot. You're most invited and have witnessed my very, very famous ever since I was little story chaos turn points and aftermath somehow, but very tremendously hard to Not follow, but follow not, but also not being ever not convinced it is impossible that there is any way that I would know even myself where I have been or slided off to, and then I suddenly connect dots and make so much more sense than they would have ever expected out of this, but they truly had hard time to actually expected anything else. To be honest, which many in my lifetime fortunately have been, which I love so much. My most cherished memory out of my whole school time is the parties, the birthday parties of anyone who dared to invite like anyone out of the classes, even if not like friends, but we know each other. You are in the same grade or the same class, so if you want to come, it's today or this Friday at there is the meeting spot for everybody, and yeah, there you can show up at this time with everyone else, and will be automatically with us, and as counted as guest and treated as such. I will be very 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 happy if anyone, not everyone even, takes this offer. I like to tell myself I like you all, although I never met anywhere near anyone at all, other than the few people I actually have the greatest pleasure to have around myself all the time, just as many of you or whoever you are have maybe most likely experienced until now and after now all the time too. And well, I always say to myself, I am sure there is no fucking way I wouldn't have. If I ever would have met you, not have been found the ways to be absolutely stunned by who you are and be amazed by what you like and all the fires that get you into me. How you tell about what you like, what you love, what you did, and what you wanted me to be aware of, impressed, and not fucking terrified. Because the times and news, the fucking getting older, having to be certainly make a sense out of the words that I've oxen growing up, and have still not found anyone amongst us who can explain properly what that means. Anyone ever trying it, please be assured I still am, after I tried myself to convince myself it was about time to solve it. That now will be first of all me, not surprised or maybe late, missing it somehow. I don't know, I'm stupid sometimes in those ways, but to me those make sense a lot in my head. It is sometimes like that. And when that was happening to me, I was absolutely sure I was going through the best and brightest conversations with those who attempted to make those senses so good. Those everybody knew to know, heard and talked with. I did always that person who had the best by everybody best current knowledge, expertise, theory and solve, and was like absolutely like current leader of that debate amongst us, the current beholder of our collective. It is like this, although we all say in our friend cycles all the time, because we love each other so much. That is all, never ever anything less, anything more. Anyone call it different, this is fucking with us in a way I will dare among us. But very, 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 very quiet, because we're in Germany and this is not good to say stuff like this at the cost of not being it. Call it that when it's not, is not a crime, but it is considered almost crime in many ways. So I will not tell it, I will not call anybody naughty, but I had to finish the thing that my, oh my, I have somehow, put it out of my Ach, John. Learn English for the purpose of putting, even if you don't have anything but a little steady electricity at where you are living, no matter where on this planet. You need to be aware. If you can understand English a native way, you can understand American English, which is really just a matter of you must be used to it. British English is actually way easier to understand, but the Game of Thrones, old British English, consists of old British words and ways to pronounce certain things, and they made a bunch of stuff obviously too. So it is a horror to understand this, but if you hear Jamie Oliver speak, you will be absolutely convinced there is not a way ever that you will not understand him to the fullest amount humanly possible with his British accent. That's not an accent, as the British will all care to correct anyone who will call it just an accent. It's the way these words are meant to be properly pronounced. That's how you say it, so it will sound right. And when it is sounding most right, when it has the least chance to be heard wrong, because it is not interbreeding with any other word. that is also English, and we as English people shall be carelessly free of the burden to know every other word that we have in our great dictionary of the English language, that it is by all means is nothing else and everything but on a tiny, compared to the rest of the world, tiny island that is huge, by the way. Everyone has this way of talking as it is on the mainland. This country has already known on itself being so huge already. Which it is. England is a great piece of most awesome to live, a very great and rich in the finest humanly possible way that word is meant and said and defined to make sense life, because of all the rains that, well, today everybody hates even more than anybody ever, even in the great, beautiful, country of Great fucking Britain knows, and Ireland. Ooh, you will certainly look at those grazes where the cows and sheep feed and be so jealous of what they get to eat. Looks so delicious. You be there to visit Ireland and not be. When you're coming home or whatnot from a pub, being carrying to there some Irish folk, glad you have been friended in that bar with you. Will go home with after the night, like buddies do, care to not be alone on the way, not because it's dangerous for you. It is as simple as safe everywhere in this great country that has in itself been known between English and Irish and Scottish is as huge difference that had been influenced, which people tended to before there was this great uniting force that the English dynasties that followed the line of kings and queens that had already been burning the pleasure of having had to be in possession of the folklores of King Arthur and the knights of the round table. The German Tafel, which is a great word to immediately knowing when you hear it as a German that it's a word that has been chosen to mistranslate a little bit, but give it the German way to honor that round table, because in German the round table, runder Tisch, will mean something else first of all, but that wasn't always the case. That probably came afterwards when people had to explain why they will insist on calling it the Tafelrunde rather than the runde Tisch, Tafelrunde, where impressively the round is salient, runde, and that is something that is one of the, if you like to get off of things like this in the languages you are able to, you have the best sources through your whole life for these kind of infos in yourself, while enjoying so and feel the freedom to really be sure. In Germany we enjoy the combined and known to be as old as we Germans don't even know to be Germans, have been called all kinds of things, but always have been the very same people who have dwelt in these lands, sticklers to the degree of fun. It is said that the first bet ever made on this planet was between two German buddies on the way to hunt in the forest. It was obviously what a dare bet. Who can throw what or not throw what? Who can spot what? With or without the use of smell and taste. Be as 100% accurate from impossible situation, being that much skilled, capable to not just succeed, but re-succeed, and after re-succeeding enough times to make the opponent angry enough to give up finding out your trick, finding out your lie, and call for your way to prove that your skill is actual skill, because the value of it is too much to just be kidding. You demonstrated it, you dared it, you bet it, you are very proud of it. Now show me how you did it, or I would tell everyone that you can do it, then they would come in and make you learn to appreciate that you have been betting with me. I bet you my piece of me that we have shared from the plate we prepared last night together. But we had in those knickers, I kept my share of best meat. We both know we love the same piece. And I know you know that I have kept mine for the way today. And you had been from the very first moment. Not just kidding, I know you well. You just said it right then. You would try to get this piece out of my pocket into your stomach today. What? Well, you didn't, as usual, attempt to kind of attempt to steal it, basically trick it or force it, and fail as usual when you try such foul things, because you laugh your ass off doing it, just not your thing. Bear some idea, bro. But you had instead been absolutely quiet, not even talked about it. It was a joke, clearly. You meant it to be enjoy when you are eating it on your way tomorrow. Please care to share at least the information that you are on it, so I can watch you have it and have this awesome basic most beloved skill of all that we have as humans also, which is watching you eat it. Remember, have eaten it tonight and taste it while you are chewing it. So, and smell it. Just be able to tell everyone, like every squirrel and every tree along the way, how much I would love to rip it out of their hands and just stuff it all in my mouth and just not even chew it, just like ravage it from the smell. That's how much I love this. But well, then I proposed this bat, and well, after you've seen me succeed, and not kidding, not joking, once or twice or whatever times we both can agree, I'm sure that we both have been noticeably noticing some things that we can be sure, brother, I have been doing that you didn't care enough to do yourself, and didn't have a chance to watch it happen. And I also didn't have it in me to care to call you to watch how I'm doing what I do, but it is something that I will probably will have to be not fooled. There's never any obligation to share a skill based on the knowledge. When you know you can handle the pressure to not ever be able to not have known by yourself, finding it out on your head, or any other way you can do. Know that their knowledge of this will surely be something big kept as high as secret amongst master grades. To someone be read on and be known and be loved and be close and be able to honor the ways it will be useful, and never, not even partially, by what I choose to, not even screw to, choose not to teach. Go tell 'em they can try as they want. I was really quiet and funny and still have it. My skill is so much more than you can ever get, and guess I will score by just doing as I choose to. And I bet your ass you will try to learn the only way that I have made it the way I would agree to be sharing. If everyone and anyone from a child's age will be able to know it, then I would be truly and freely be not able to feeling threatened by it. Honestly, ever since I know what I did and do, I cannot ever slip. I cannot even trust myself as much as I used to do. Then just did. Ever since I'm scared to lose by not cared enough to choose to not be, not knowing of what not could have not been possible to not have been that could and then happen once upon a time up coming and not happen no from the very start. Well, they say afterwards you always are wiser than before. You couldn't. How did you be able to know when it wasn't? There was no way to know. Now that it is, you can know, and now you can know to how to prevent it the next time maybe. But first of all, to care to what if you can't, even if you think you can. You didn't, and turn out in that very same fucked up shit again. How do you solve that situation? Then best take care of that, always to be prepared. You never ever are finished with anything ever when you have just made it impossible to ever occur again. It is never impossible, you know. The earth can crack open from the grounds where you are standing on. It's actually scientists very in scientific terms recently have just found out that the whole city of Cologne, the whole, all our most beloved lands around that I will not openly call by name. It's a secret area. You have to come here first. We will have to know you to share with you which way to go to find the best and nicest and the kindest people. Always to go, but also have the benefit and joy of having the best bodies of water, the finest, best and most amazing for a good price, amazingly honest to God. Perfect spots to eat and sleep as a tourist. The best service and the places to be with anything you choose to want. As a nature and civilization combining experience, you can make your vacation from Cologne. Right there, it is the best thing you can ever know. I call it out if you are here now. Tell the world the best place in the world is called the Eiffel. We in Cologne honor it to the highest degrees. It's the most beautiful and amazing mixture of pristine, top-notch civilization perks. Even past internet by now, which took a while because it's all still little villages after villages If you feel so fear, animals, all animals belonging to somebody, obviously. There will be also patches of forest and mountains and volcanoes, actual volcanoes, seven volcanoes. You can reach all when you start at any time before noon, from the ground to the top without any difficulties. We have made a school trip to one of them. Once it was the most beautiful experience. I remember I had stuffed my bags of my trousers and my jacket, is it called that correctly? With as many as I could fit and still be able to walk undisturbed. Stones, gravel from the volcano itself. I asked before that was legal. Was allowed if you like to carry like a bit like that with you, not as a souvenir, but as something that you will never ever find anywhere else. But this is so close and easy for us. It is not even a full hour ride with the huge bus that doesn't even use the full speed of our tremendously pristine German streets that are, even if they are not autobahn, they will be in between cities and villages, and in between villages, and in German we call the districts Ortschaften, that sometimes will be all part of a city or a village, but have certain stretches of nature land in between. The next district and the last. So you will need to have the best possible roads between those, which is a science that is greatly taken care of with all necessity. To what it's worth, it is worth to care as Germans have and still are, caring for each and every fucking street in this whole country, from the street on which you walk in the city to the autobahn, being engineering masterpieces. You not only have to be like for building an autobahn, right? You will be the lead, the architect, maybe. You may be able to call yourself that in certain situations, but fact will be you will be the one having the lead, which in Germany needs to be understood. Doesn't mean you're the one who just earns the most and shouts at everybody and is never responsible for anything. It's the opposite. This is the post that in case of any critical fail, that will be determined being foul, not not to the current, and you are dated when you have built current, and after that maybe to the date where you will be responsible, be the one who will be responsible for anything that happens on the street. That will be the cause of, and yes, in worst case, it is in Germany always certain death, but meant, meant, meant like that, that, that would be happening because you didn't do what you could do, and what you could do is using all the sciences that will be useful for these jobs. Like, there is no fucking reason building any street between two places without considering the great minds of those natural scientists diploma back then. No, Peshamasa, but it's okay. Oh, we had to be finally be relieved of what this older system of ours that was anything but amazing. I loved it, but it had a great price to pay. You can have a degree in those sciences, in any sciences with a diploma, and actually be able to not be able to do anything with it, which every other student of this science will have in their mother will have been known to pursue and learn and internalize and get used to it, because they would, as you know, that there'll be jobs that will use the skills, and you will know which job this will be and what skills to adapt, and which ways for making no errors, no mistakes, and be able to deliver. If you have this degree, it's expected from you, if you ever attempt to go on such a job, to be absolutely sure that you are like professor level perfect, both knowledge wise and in your practical skills, and the third component, in your ability to be connected to your own university or any university where you would have friends, where you can still just with a phone call at any time of the day get instant top toppest level information to whatever your occurring trouble might be, while being considering the levels of ground beneath the street. Is there sand, stone, or earth? Makes a very tremendous difference for not only the maintenance cost of these patches of streets, where you will always apply the same, very same. It is never, ever the toppest layer on any German street on which cars are allowed to drive, ever since cars have arrived and became such a great and important thing for all of us, being peace to those poor feet of those beloved too much to be forced to to make us sit on a wagon, not moving our asses while they do the walking or even the running part on those. Back then, perfect for Discourse Street, but still there were patches where the Romans had built stone reinforced streets on those horses. Needed the hoof to not lose what the horse foot is basically a one-piece giant nail, which on that ground by the weight of it rubbing against those stones and those in between uneventy will just slowly but steadily be breaking and getting very for that poor horse painful if it happens to be damaged in a way that it will in fact, like, there will be some way to pass through the nail from the foot to all the way up to the where the nail is produced, the root of the nail, die Wurzel, we say in German. It will, just as for any human, be likely the most horrible level of pain ever experienced by the patient who will ever suffer of an infection of the nail root. And that was something that was possible for those hosts who have these feet for running through, who knows it, in their natural habitat. They run, especially run, only through grazes that are not too short, not too long either, because too long grazes running is at life's risk dangerous for a horse, because they can, within a step, one of the feet can entangle in a way with long grazes that will interrupt will hold the foot just enough back that this amazing, majestic being will then not be able to keep being in this perfect rhythm in which you can see with your own eyes ever since we have made the first motion pictures, the first ever camera shot, the first ever to be shot thing that humans ever shot with an actual camera that is deserving this name, even by today's standards. Well, very primitive, but the best way had an already camera enough to make the same thing. The first thing ever being shot by the very first camera was a horse, a racing horse, running along the course, alone, but racing. I don't know if it was the first or the last one or the only horse. That much I don't recall, but a horse running And when you then look at picture per picture to picture to picture, you will see there is so much time in which this majestic being will not have a single foot on the ground. They will be most of the time not have any contact to the ground at all. Still be able to like a like a like a not even bullets can do that. They fall from gravity as horses do to, and there is a certain rhythm that is impossible not to be seen and not be fascinated by the pure clearance of. For any horse you will shoot it and see it, the rhythms will be different depending on preferences, body type, strength and weaknesses, and also, well, how this horse is knowing the ground and trust the automations that it is born with, born to be perfection in 1 horsepower, still be around the globe honestly, honest to God, honor to the highest possible amount. We didn't choose to build those autobahns and all those cars in Germany because of any of those fine things that we, for the most part, we as nation, our elders invented, made part of the experience in the ways that is always, as soon as developed, invented, and taken care of all the processes and ways to make it cheap and available for everyone, while also keep company trade secrets in the best possible ways to themselves, while knowing whenever you bring out some new car with some new technology that you just name, every other car company in Germany at least will instantly reply to your announcement that you will bring this new car out, and this has this new feature called whatever you chose to call it. You will be instantly, by every car manufacturer of Germany, replied to your announcement by a simple order of a newly built unit to be built and well, delivered to your standards. And you may know or know not that they did it, but you can be sure they do it. And they can do it officially through official channels if they dare and try and want and like. Or they can just choose to send like 3 people out on 3 different spots in the country or the same. And well, just approach the merchant, buy it, take any kind and form of guarantee that this newly called tech or feature is included, make the merchant show them what it does, and give a full customer briefing on how to use it, and well, be basically a living manual and tutor and teacher for any ways you can use it, and any ways you can be assured of certain things now not being at your discomfort while driving safely with what every kid on this whole planet knows. Driving 20 miles per hour, not having the fucking safety belt on, and you hit a tree. With a tree, it's guaranteed. With other things like walls, most likely, if it's a German wall, absolutely. If it's a German wall that is very old and not supposed to be driven into, because when the wall was built, there was not even any sign of a street where cars would drive could ever get closer than what 300-400 meters of it. Not even that ever being a thing that might ever happen, and therefore have been built in the way it was supposed to withstand what this wall is supposed to withstand, and supposed to most of all not withstand but hold. Sorry guys, if you are there, which I strongly think you aren't, but if you are, I will make my points. But I need to finally get me something to drink, something fresh to drink. I wanted to do it right when I started this stream, but then I felt bad because I started it without have get it done first. And well, I really had no choice but to believe it is literally impossible to have somebody in my stream immediately. I also have really chosen to believe, because I cannot check it in any way or form, that it might happen, that kind of stuff actually does happen with this amazing algorithms that choose to do stuff like this to make sure there is somebody right there when you start your journey to be heard for the very first time, recording your voice to the internet. You know, even if you don't record, somebody is capable of liking or disliking your content, press record on their own device, and make a permanent copy from your actual voice the very first time in a most amazing public domain ever created, and most amazing way to preserve and conserve you for basically eternity, the way they have consistently pressed and succeeded in expanding all those data centers to the limits where we now have the abilities to run AIs, which need so much power, both calculating power and space, and most of all space filled with information. And then there to close the gap between Spotify's absolutely trade secret, never ever by them being called anything like this, never ever advertised like that, never ever said anything else, but they do anything they can to try to make the experience the best possible, because music to them is like to the one who is me, one of the most beloved, like streets, like the the hooves that horses don't need anymore, because they will not be, be racing on grounds ever on which that is necessary. But those horses actually need them to certain degrees, as far as I know, because although they have the perfect tracks for their feet, it's still impossible to keep it pristine as it is cared to before and after each race. They being completely cleaned and cleaned in the meanings of getting every tiny stone and gravel that somehow maybe rolled onto the track by any way humanly imaginable or unimaginable, and could get to the surface and then into the fucking awesome to now have the pleasure to be many generations in of not being at all worldwide at all dependent to make the worldwide logistics. That wasn't a thing that globalization brought to the world. That was already the case. That was the whole debate around globalization. It was a buzzword sometime in the early 2000s, and everybody was suddenly scared of it in so many different stupid ways. And we therefore had it as topic in school. I had the right I don't know the name, science for that, the right social sciences. I had that in school in my latest years, my last years. It was given, it was something provided that you could choose to study and start to study, and if you choose so, you have to take it to the end. Was the only rule, and I loved it. We had before we had this choice. The year before, we had all a small version of that course with everything it consists. Only 2 hours per week, very little homework and no tests. It's kind of that Vorlesungs principle, like maybe yourself. I don't know how other schools in other places of the world work. If you have to be tested in every discipline or not. In Germany, certainly not. You will still be graded, and this is then fully determined by your ability to ask certain questions or raise your hand if you know an answer when the teacher will dare to ask that way, which they always will, but never will tell that they are actually figuring out how many have understood, and not just how many, but actually who, and then care to switch through randomly, that everyone come to explain with their words what they understood, and then let everybody who raised their hands join in and make the whole topic complete with their words and their marks, and then have said the same thing that the teacher just taught in every language they currently know as your communities, your grades, classes, and this school, your friend zones, current language. with all the words that describe the very same thing that the teacher had taught completely, with all necessity of all the words the German language is capable of, and then reduce the knowledge to the scientific correct word and bring to say certain things or, well, develop certain other benefits out of this knowledge now are available, since things make sense. That makes sense, and when you have that clear and understood, you can translate the logic into every possible simpler, or not simpler, more relatable words. Does this mean now that I am reaching this part? You gotta learn English for one and only one reason. You get a satellite dish if you don't have cable, and then you get yourself a TV, and it will do. That will have a satellite receiver in it built in. If not, it must have a plug in for a receiver, and get it to put the dish to one of those fucking amazing, for wherever you are will be one of at least 3 satellites of America that will always be right above your head, being geocentric. But you can and will set up your receiver to make a connection to, and from there you will be answered to relate for the program you want to watch. TV channels, the whole 600 or what it is are out there. They're all American channels, and there is literally everything in this channel. Also, of course, camera, microphone, no comment channels of the places where you can and will be nothing but amazed whenever you are not bored for any reason by the fact that in the political space, the forum of America, with all the things they have, so much news in the ways they do. It is the most beautiful ways they can not ever be not heard in their native language and understood by yourself without the need of anyone translating it into your language, because that always brings in the typical ways to talk and argument and say the very same thing or even higher meant and have said it. But an American democracy really is something you need to hear and understand and hear the differences in the ways they will, all those beautiful, honestly beautiful, so much ridiculed by themselves, their own TV shows in the 90s that you wouldn't, as 90s kid, had any chance to ever hear like a southern accent without a laugh track after everything and anything these people said for a certain amount of time, because it was considered like hillbilly. It was the joke of that time, basically, which was hugely misleading from the fact that, well, it is a whole tremendously huge areas true way to talk, and it is so sweet like honey to hear it from a native that as 90s kid you would have known that, because of the fact that the actors that will not be from those areas will train, learn, and get professional aid to mimic this accent perfectly and have the same level of amazing ways to know to use this southern accent like the British one to make sure certain words will not ever be unheard. You can't even swallow whole parts, whole words, but continue your sentence, and in those moments be sure to express your pain, feelings whatsoever. It the ways you ended the words before what you swallowed will be something you will have said without the need of ever needing to specify a word which you have the choice of purposely let out and blur, and you are in control. But when you're not, you will not be able to not let go and feel the pain of not having had it in you to have it in control anymore. Not even being able to know which word that you just didn't have said and just let go, and not ever will need to know which one it was, or feel ashamed or explain yourselves or not have had the word available. You swallowed the word. Everybody got what you said. Everybody fucking got what you said to the most perfect degree. It is sweet like honey in the love songs, and yes, it is all called country music. And the country music songs have it is really, really tremendously most commonly human basic need and nature to be expressed in art, be it always in some way at least. Usually experts say everything in every art, and even in every invention that ever had been created by human, and you perform for anything had somehow intrinsic or purposely been added away to communicate part of itself. Like painting, any painting is actually painted for the only purpose that it was trying to make a love letter, but painfully knew can't do. that again try to actually matter, but hardcore expert art professors say often, not all, but often, that every form of art is an attempt to say, I love you, I love her, I love him. Every song is a love song. Every painting meant to be the Mona Lisa. That's actually why it is so amazing that the only painting he ever really cared enough to really finish, like also all the parts he truly considered too boring to do, to be forced to be doing all the work, all the work to the end. Certain patches of every other painting that he ever had painted, other than the Mona Lisa, which is the only one that he, out of so many paintings that he did, has finished complete. That's the reason it is, considering the whole of what he had done and applied and made fun, fucking fun. You can learn it in anyone. Specialize in this technique skill, place that will care to keep alive and share the intended journey of this most amazing, most vividly. To this day you hear what he did and see the pictures of it and what followed what, and then what we be looking how, and you see it is, even when it is written there next to it in his native tongue, which wasn't at all English or German. You wouldn't understand the words even if you would read them. You see them written there, the descriptions and everything, scientific and notes and what else, next to his pictures or not. The commentator tells you he was so annoyed, so damn annoyed all the time by the mere fact that there was no way to get anything to any paper, any form that actually will hold the reality as a I can't ever miss, or not being able to distinguish between painted by anyone or anything, painted, therefore automatically falling into the most renowned bias of art. The first lesson, art at school, who remembers? By which measurement or argument can you be looking at any painting and then answer the simple question: is it painted exactly as it is being shown? Like, has it looked exactly as painted, with every color exactly on spot? Or did the painter had no choice for various reasons, then use it what was available, which is the most common argument for why paintings out of certain times and regions in those certain times can't be better than, but still those masterpieces of those eras will have managed to make possible to look at something that when you see it in a museum the first time yourself with your own eyes, not just out of the TV, you will be absolutely stunned to be able to choose any one of those series. They are huge or small, but the huge ones are what I felt like, oh, this is what I want to play with going closer and further away, like staring, my eyes focused, concentrate on that, to stay purposely as fixed as my pupils can be fixed purposely by my will, just into nothing by themselves, as they usually would do if you let go, and then fall again for what you haven't been, even when you know that you are approaching those expressionalists collection section, and have been just told what that means and what they did, what it is. Remembered instantly, yeah, you saw something about them on TV sometime. It was like amazing, but it kind of also had been kind of very boring. I mean, it's impossible to not see immediately that this is like the most bullshit pixel painting. That's like Atari version pixel in painting and in art, was my first comment on my first view in TV on those people who, as I learned in that very, very video, have turned around a very, very, by then yet again, frozen deeply into that back then mostly church driven, because church ordered the most paintings, mostly of Jesus and people and the things out of the Bible, and there's always people in it, and the church always wanted to have the best possible paintings in terms of accuracy, to be able to paint it as if it is absolute real, which you can see in the church of your choice that you like to visit, because they still have a collection of those beautiful paintings. They hold at the window. Those paintings are on those walls. There is no mechanism that holds them like a nail or whatnot. They are hung up like every painting will be at your home. They not even are there when you know with them, and would have the most beautiful answer you ever, 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 ever can't imagine to be hearing. But as a kid, we had the pleasure that one of us daring to ask the question. Heard it from our Kaplan Klaus Kuntermann, what he would do if he would one day come back to the room which is supposed to be the room where it is God's house, and see that somebody has stolen, let's say, one of the paintings because they liked it so much. Because he or she loved that painting too much to let it hang here, or even maybe you don't know, it's not there anymore. You come back and one of the paintings is gone. What would you do? You have no way to ever find the person who stole it, because no one who would steal such a huge painting would be so stupid not to exactly know how to do it, how to hide it, get away with it, and would certainly never dare to do such a thing without absolutely knowing for sure that they weren't seen, because if they would be spotted while doing so, they would just walk back and hang it on the wall they had it from, right? So you can be sure when you enter the room and let's say one of the paintings, let's say this one is missing, what would you do? You can't ever replace it. It is hundreds of years old. It is something that this church back then paid artists of the time to paint it in the way it is, and then continued to order and pay artists to regularly come back and refresh and repaint it in the way we all have seen in TV recently, and also seen the movie in school for all who didn't see it in TV, but very needed to have seen it, because everyone was talking about it. Everybody was seeing this. Everybody was putting in those channels that they would usually not ever known not to have immediately known to jump to. If anybody will tell them, doch, guck dir das an, das ist richtig geiler Scheiß, die haben wieder mal richtig was ausgegraben, ne? Aus dem, was da, so eine Trickkiste, Hollywood ist ja alles, wie man weiß, ne? Die Kunst ist täuschend echt, aber alles andere als echt, zum Glück, Gott sei Dank, weil das, was die dann damit als wirklich Kunstform, manche sagen, als überaus guten Scherz der ihrer Kunst oder was, dann bevorzugt und am liebsten wirklich mit dem dicksten Grinsen im Gesicht. Man sieht ja diese Leute bei den Making-of, wie die schon reden, ne? Und wie die sich schon freuen, wie die schon lächeln und du siehst bei jedem, vor allem wenn das bei jedem von diesen Direktfällen, was für ein gottverdammter Penner dieser Bastard ist. Aber du liebst ihn schon vom allerersten Augenblick dafür, dass er so ein gottverdammt geiler Penner ist. Der schon in der Art, wie der redet und sich bewegt und in die Kamera grinst, wo du ganz genau weißt, ne, dieser Blick von dem, den du hier siehst, ne, bei dir zu Hause, ne, das ist kein Schauspieler. Das ist einer von den Leuten, die diese ganzen Täuschungen und Effekte völlig von A bis Z drauf haben, die ganz genau wissen, wenn sie es selbst gemacht haben, ne, ist diese Szene passiert oder war das ein ganz kleines Papphäuschen mit Figuren aus Plastik und Knete oder was weiß ich, ne, die sowas wissen, weil sie es gemacht haben, weil sie gelernt haben, wie das geht, und jeden Weg nutzen, um die gefährlichsten, wahnwitzigsten Szenen im Kasten zu haben, mit inklusive Schauspielerszenen davor, wo die wirklich zum Beispiel in einer Karre gesessen haben, gefahren sind und man sieht das direkt, weil wenn die nicht in der Karre sitzen, kann man wirklich bei jedem amerikanischen Streifen unmöglich. Das hat bei denen fast schon Tradition, sagt man. Keine Ahnung, ich weiß es nicht, ob die sich dazu äußern. Ich denke schon mit Sicherheit. Ich habe es mir selber nicht reingezogen. Aber es kommt mir so vor und ich liebe es, dass sie es so sehr und absichtlich fortführen, dass man unmöglich eine Chance kriegt, wenn die in einem Karosserie so aus Pappe, ne, Kulisse gesessen haben, sich unterhielten und hinter ihnen eine Leinwand, ne, ob mit Projektor oder wie auch immer technisch, mit, naja, das ist halt aufgenommen, ne, aus einem echten Auto. Da saß jemand mit der Kamera drin, hat nach hinten gefilmt und irgendwer ist geradeaus gefahren. Und die haben sich wahrscheinlich nicht unterhalten oder köstlich am Brabbeln gewesen. Der Kameramann musste auch, wie man da unschwer erkennen kann, wirklich nicht viel machen, außer wahrscheinlich dafür sorgen, dass, wenn mal irgendwie ein Hubbel oder eine harte Bremse kommt, die Kamera halt nicht kaputt geht. in ihrer Verankerung bleibt. Da wird die sicherlich nicht gehalten haben die ganze Zeit. Selbst wenn man sehen kann, ne, wie die immer so ein bisschen von links nach rechts, ne, wippt, während der fährt, obwohl der geradeaus fährt. Ne. Das ist auch urtypisch für diese amerikanischen Streifen, dass wenn die geradeaus fahren, man immer ein mindestens leichtes von rechts nach links wippen, als würde das Auto Schlangenlinien fahren, erkennen kann, wenn man drauf achtet. Wenn man also den Fokus von den Gesichtern der Schauspieler auf die Leinwand dahinter scharf setzt, ist es unmöglich, das nicht zu sehen. Wenn man aber in die Gesichter blickt, dann sagen die das halt als technisch, also quasi aus wissenschaftlicher Sicht erklären möchten, macht das dann einen realistischeren Fahreindruck, was halt völliger Quatsch ist. Was wir spätestens seitdem wir deutsche Filme und Serien in Produktion haben, wo wir ganz genau wissen, da haben wir definitiv extra darauf geachtet, sowas nicht zu machen. Denn bei uns gilt Schlangenlinien fahren, auch wenn es absichtlich und nicht betrunken ist, als höchstes Maß auf nicht fähig, das Fahrzeug weiterführen. Das ist ein Signal ohne Hupen, ohne Erschrecken, ohne die anderen in Panik zu setzen, aber alle um sich herum in Sichtweite instant zu informieren. Achtung, bei mir stimmt was nicht. Ich muss eventuell gleich mitten hier, wo auch immer wir alle wissen, ist das absolut nein möglich, stehen bleiben können müssen. Eventuell aber ist auch alles okay. Achtung, Leute, bei mir stimmt was nicht. Ist, wenn man bewusst, unbesoffen, kurz auf seiner Strecke im Verkehr mit anderen Teilnehmern um sich rum, hinter sich und sogar vor sich, weil jeder hat eine Rückspiegelkamera. Ja, in den eigenen Köpfen. Und gelernt, ein guter Autofahrer unterscheidet sich von einem hervorragenden darin, dass der genau exakt, nicht mehr, nicht weniger, vorne und hinten guckt in Sekunden pro Fahrtsekunde. Genau 50-50 aufgeteilt über die gesamte Strecke. Natürlich immer nach Bedarf. Kurz hier mehr. Und sonst immer verpflichtet per Gesetz und Verkehrsregelung verpflichtet, sich darauf verlassen zu können und zu müssen, verantwortlich für alles vor sich selbst zu sein. Das heißt, du musst fähig sein, 50% der Zeit, in der du fährst, nach hinten in diesen Spiegel, in den Rückspiegel, gelinst zu haben, um abzusichern, alle 2,5 Sekunden spätestens, dass hinter dir immer noch frei, immer noch derselbe Fahrer oder ein Wechsel oder hinter dem erkennbar noch ein Fahrzeug auftaucht oder halt vor allen Dingen feststellen, wenn möglich, wenn die Straße lang genug und es hell genug ist, ist es durch diesen winzigen Rückspiegel erstaunlicherweise in einem kurzen Augenblick Linsen möglich, sofort zu erkennen, selbst wenn jemand hinter dir ist, wenn hinter dem von weit weg jemand mit, sagen wir mal, du fährst 100, der hinter dir fährt 100 und es ist erlaubt, aber ja, dafür musst du halt dann aber auch die Spur wechseln, was frei ist neben euch beiden. Aber da ist dieser Penner am Anbrettern mit 250, 300 Sachen von weitem auf eurer Spur, was richtig ist, weil er muss rechte Spur nutzen, und zwar maximal, und rechtzeitig dann Spur wechseln vor euch mit dieser Geschwindigkeit das einbeziehen können. Was, wenn die Sicht gut genug ist, der auf jeden Fall können wird. Ansonsten wäre es nicht unbegrenzt. Du wirst es auch im Rückspiegel feststellen können und du wirst dir nicht in die Hose scheißen, wenn du das siehst, sondern einfach genau wissen, ich halte geradeaus und meine Geschwindigkeit nicht langsamer, nicht schneller. Der zieht vorbei. Und wenn nicht, wirst du fähig sein, rechtzeitig zu bemerken, der schafft's nicht mehr, der hat mich nicht gesehen, wie es aussieht. Ich muss mich auf Impact vorbereiten. Wenn ich alleine oder mit anderen Fahrgästen bin, hat das unterschiedliche Programmabläufe zu bedeuten, worauf ich mich schon gelernt habe, zu lernen, mich vorbereitet zu haben. Jede einzelne Fahrt liegt im heimischen Sessel beim Fernsehen, wo du wolltest noch mal den Amerikanern Lob schenken für all die Wege, wie sie Demokratie in die Welt, ihre eigene Demokratie, ihre Wahrheiten, die Verbrechen und Skandale, die sie so sehr wie sie und nur sie fähig sind, wirklich in Wort und Ton auch so benennen zu können, wenn es auf einem Weg, der da, wo es dann passiert, wo es dann auch Anhörungen gibt vor dem Höchsten, was das Gesetz Amerikas zu bieten hat, vor Senatoren. Immer mindestens oder maximal, weiß ich nicht, 2 Senatoren in jeder Anhörung, wo jemand befragt wird. Mindestens. Hab schon welche gesehen mit 5 Senatoren und sie haben für so eine Anhörung nicht länger als alle zusammen insgesamt festgesetzte Zeit, wo sie jemanden betragen dürfen an einem einzelnen Tag. Und mit Sicherheit auch Limitations, wie oft sie jemanden noch wieder zurückzerren dürfen, wenn das nicht reicht. Sie haben klipp und klares, reinstes Verständnis auf humanitärer Art zu gewährleisten, dass niemand durch eine solche Anhörung, in der man auf höchstmöglichem Niveau durch sein pures Anwesendsein und Antworten auf die Fragen, die da gestellt sind, als Experte oder eben sogar als möglicher nicht krimineller, aber Ausübender einer demnächst möglicherweise verbannten Tätigkeitspraxis fähig sein müssen, auf sämtliche dargestellten Fragen zu antworten müssen und dabei die Wahrheit sagen müssen. Und wenn es nicht getan hast, wenn du den Bullshit verzapft hast, den man kennt, den man hört, wenn man weiß, wie man gelernt hat, auf jede Arbeit zu wissen, wenn man anonym antworten nicht muss, aber Antwort gefragt ist, erwartet und in jeder sozialen Situation einfach möglich ist, dass man Familienmitglieder verliert, wenn man dann nicht antwortet, obwohl sie ganz klar als Antwort wissen müssen, gilt, sorry, ist Arbeit, das darf ich nicht sagen. Kann ja noch, ach komm, sagen, dann sagst du, ist gut. Geht nicht. Ist okay. Und wenn du das nicht leiden kannst, weil du darunter schon sehr gelitten hast, was du und wen du alles schon dadurch verloren hast in deinem Leben, ganz egal, ob sie es oder du es dann entschieden haben musstest, wolltest, sie verlieren und gemusst zu haben, da können Vertrauensverhältnisse von zig Jahrzehnten dran komplett zerbersten und zerbrechen. Dass jemand halt bei bestimmten Details über die eigene Arbeit halt nicht antwortet, schweigt, so, nicht antworten darf, vertraglich verpflichtet ist. Ne? Das muss man halt wissen. Man ist vertraglich dann verpflichtet zu schweigen, obwohl es im schriftlichen Vertrag nicht mal drin steht, weil das ist halt so geheim, dass es noch nicht mal im Vertrag zu stehen hat, was das denn ist, worüber du verpflichtet bist, immer komplettes 100% maximales Stillschweigen zu wahren, in jeglicher Art und Weise Diskretion zu wahren. Das heißt, du verrätst keine Namen, keine Eigennamen, keine Bezeichnungen, keine Techniknamen, keine wissenschaftlichen Namen, keinerlei dir anvertrautes Fachwissen, das nötig gewesen ist und ist, damit du deinen Job erledigen konntest, wie du es kannst, aber halt auch nur mit diesem Wissen fähig bist, deinen Job ausgeführt zu haben. Das dir Angelernte ist, wenn es geschütztes Wissen ist, so sehr geheim gestellt, dass du immer antworten musst wie ein Geheimagent, wann immer du gefragt wirst. Sogar vom eigenen Ehepartner, streng genommen. Und empfohlenerweise erst recht da. Weil je mehr du es fähig bist, in Eheleben vor allem, das ist ja naja, unterscheiden sich die Geister, man kann es glasklar selber aus eigenem Wissen und Wesen sagen, es ist glasklar beides und das eine bleibt ein Leben lang, das andere hoffentlich auch. Aber selbst wenn nicht und dann am Ende 6 gewesen sind, mit denen man ein Leben lang nacheinander mit Pausen und ohne dann verheiratet gewesen ist verheiratet sein das ebenwertigste, nächsthöchste Maß an maximalem füreinander klar auf das, was einander am rechtesten ist, im wahrsten aller Sinne des Wortes, also auch das Anlügen müssen in gewissen Situationen des Partners, um sicherzustellen, dass damit das Interesse des Partners gewisse Dinge nicht erfahren zu haben können, sind Herausforderungen, denen man sich außer in der Ehe sonst nur in der Mutter-Vater-Kind-Beziehung. So heißt es in Deutschland auf Deutsch korrekt. So wurde es mir noch beigebracht, als ich Grundschüler war. Mutter-Vater-Kind-Beziehung. Man nennt die Mutter zuerst, nicht weil sie das Kind geboren hat, sondern weil man halt einfach weiß, auch in Deutschland ist man ein Gentleman, Ladies first. Punkt. Immer die Frau zuerst. Das ist ein Zeichen von Respekt, Höflichkeit und Liebe und Achtung. Und wenn man selber ein Mann ist, redet man so. Wenn man Frauen reden hört, dann sind die meistens so geschmeichelt davon, wie sehr wir darauf bestehen, nein, ihr zuerst, seid immer das Höhere, dass sie es sich manchmal auch trauen, ohne darüber nachgedacht zu haben, obwohl sie sicherlich 100.000-fach mit sich selber und mit ihren Freundinnen und ihren Freunden und in Kreisen und in Dialogen und in etlichen Situationen damit beschäftigt sind und waren, ob sie es denn selber so sehen würden. Wollen überhaupt das so annehmen können oder dadurch sich eventuell nicht mehr so hochgestellt fühlen, wo sich alle einig sind, was auch süß ist und schön ist und toll ist, dass wir Männer das machen und uns einig sind. Ladies first gilt, denn ein Mann weiß, bevor ich und nachdem ich zur Welt gekommen bin, bin ich sowohl in meinem Vater gewesen, als auch in meiner Mutter, zu gleichen Teilen. Wie auch immer sie zusammenkamen, ob in Liebe oder Lust, ich bin das Produkt ihrer Körper. Doch was auch immer kommt, der Vater kann sich vor meiner Nase 18 Jahre lang verpissen. Von jetzt auf gleich. Nach einem einzelnen Streit. Bei dem ist dann einfach die Hutschnur platt. Der macht eine Ansage und ist dann auch immer noch dein Vater und kümmert sich rührend und liebevoll und verantwortlich um alle seine Pflichten. Ne? Dir gegenüber. Aber von heute auf morgen hat er dir die Freundschaft gekündigt. Und das hast du sofort gemerkt, gehört, mitgekriegt und die Konsequenz davon. Ab dann ist, es gibt keinen Weg mehr, wo der dir nochmal eine Chance geben wird, all das, was ihr bis dahin zusammen unternommen habt und gerne gemacht habt, noch fortzuführen. Wenn er so weit gehen will, macht er das. Ist immer noch dein Vater, hast nicht Zigaretten holen gegangen und nicht wieder aufgetaucht, aber ist ab dem Zeitpunkt für dich verschwunden aus deinem Leben. Ist dasselbe, als hätte er dich verlassen. Was auch immer kommt, ob das so gewesen ist für dich oder nicht, sei dankbar, dass du bei einer Sache gewiss bist, und zwar mit allen nötigen Worten. Und es sind meistens dieselben und die werden unter allen Umständen mit nicht der geringsten Maßeinheit von Ermüdung von einer Person und einer Person, immer wenn es ehrlich im Zweifel steht für dich und sie hat das mitgekriegt und du bist da, sofort klargestellt, was auch immer kommen mag. Deine Mutter kann, wird und will dich niemals aufhören zu lieben, wie nur sie weiß, dass sie dich als einzige auf dieser Welt so sehr lieben kann und können wird, wie sie es tut, weil sie deine Mutter ist. Und wenn du ihr Sohn bist und sie eine sehr ehrliche, tolle Mutter ist, die es mit der Wahrheit auf Ebenen von innen heraus so genau nimmt, ne? Dass man halt von ihr, wenn man unter 4 Augen war als kleiner Junge, weil man halt so schlau war, wie man war, auch durchaus fähig war, Dinge so gefragt zu haben, wie man einfach wusste, das hat man auch beantwortet bekommen, weil man es genau so gefragt hat, wie man, wenn man es nicht besser wüsste, wenn man es selber nicht hören könnte, als kleiner Iraner halt fähig gewesen ist, über das, was die Sprache, die ich da als Muttersprache von klein auf zu Hause beigebracht gekriegt habe, wirklich in sich trägt und verinnerlicht und kinderleicht macht, ist ein Gefühl für Musik, für Rhythmus und es ist das Italienisch des Orient, sagen Perser, als ich Kind war, die Eltern gewesen sind zu der Zeit, mit absolutem, überaus glücklichstem, stolzestem, fröhlichstem Lächeln im Gesicht, sich selbst zu schaffen, quasi über dieses selbst gegebene Kompliment dass sie selber, ne, dann immer wieder sagen, wenn man, ne, sagt, ach, das ist voll doof, Persisch ist doof, wenn man irgendwas gegen Persisch gesagt hat als Kind, haben sie dir mit so süßesten Mitteln geantwortet, dieselben Worte benutzt, wie immer, aber mit so viel mehr Gefühl. Ob Mann, ob Frau. Klingt herrlich, ehrlich, immer gleich. Genderneutral. Für einen Perser ist es das Normalste der Welt, sowas wie ach hey zu sagen. Oder, oh mein Gott, du Ärmster, mein Liebster, ich wünschte, du hättest das nicht durchmachen. Oh, ich wünschte, ich könnte das machen und das wäre weg. Ich wünschte, ich wäre deine Mami und könnte das weg. Aber dann nicht mit diesem. Wisst ihr, beim Deutschen halt, ich finde es zuckersüß, weil ich habe es so gelernt von dem urdeutschesten, besten Buddy, den man sich träumen und wünschen kann. Könnte. Ab 6. Klasse, Teil meines Lebens. Mentor vom allerersten Tag, vom allerersten Treffen, bei dem wir uns dann verabredet haben nach der Schule. Und der mich dann direkt, ne, nicht mal, ne, nicht einmal hat erreichen lassen, direkt beim ersten Mal. Und er hat direkt von mir an dem Tag, ne, darauf dann auch was gehört, ne, dafür, ne, wo der nur darauf reagiert hat, so, hey, also, hör mal einer an, das ist ja mal was, das habe ich auch noch nie gehört, dass einer mal das sagt und das in Dynamite, so gesagt, voll sweet. Also, Alter, bist du sicher, dass deine Haare schwarz sind? Sind die nicht eigentlich grau? Hat er so ein bisschen, ne? Aber hat das aufs Höchste gefeiert. Der hat das bis zum heutigen Tage niemals, wenn möglich und gegeben, anders gemacht, als sich darauf zu verlassen, wo auch immer wir verabredet sind, wenn er schon da war, und das war bei ihm, bei mir und nur bei mir, sagte er selber irgendwann nach Jahren, eines Tages möglich, das noch immer mit einem Grinsen und guten Gefühl im Bauch, wenn er schon die Schuhe anzieht und weiß, wie viel Uhr es ist, ne? Und weiß, der auf jeden Fall eine Kippenlänge zu früh für gewöhnlich ankommt. Genau eine Kippenlänge zu früh für gewöhnlich ankommt. Und wenn nicht, dann hat er die Kippe auf dem Weg geraucht. Genau eine Kippenlänge, bevor er angekommen ist. Falls, ne? Es ist halt nicht geht. Dass der sich noch eine gemütlich, wo auch immer die Tür sein muss, durch die er durch müsste, vor dieser Tür erwartet, in Ruhe stehen bleiben, dann seine Zigarette zu zücken und direkt vor dieser Tür auf offener Straße Pech und gestattet sein muss und in Deutschland Gott sei Dank etwas ist, was trotz aller Gefahren und Krankheiten, was auch immer, Rauchen, alles Schändliches macht mit einem über die ganzen Jahre, was man ja nicht wüsste, wenn man es nicht wüsste und gelernt hat, bevor man anfing zu rauchen. Und während man geraucht hat, noch viel mehr wüsste, weil dann haben es auch wirklich alle angefangen. Und einem vom Arzt zu Arzt, also alle persönlichen Hausarztgespräche, die sie über dich und alle anderen, die sie kannten, rauchen und rauchten, ne? bis in wo auch immer du gewesen bist, ob du am Rauchen bist oder nicht, getragen. Und zwar auf allerhöchstem Niveau. Also wirklich allerhöchstem Niveau. So liebevoll, wie man es nicht mal wünschen könnte. Ne? So best gemeint, wie du es sonst wirklich, also nicht mal von deiner Mutter hören würdest. Vor allem, wenn du, ne, unter 16 bist und schon rauchst, kannst du davon ausgehen, dass wenn deine Mutter das erfährt, sie alles andere als liebevoll darauf reagieren können wird und muss und dich nicht dann so anspricht, ne, wie diese diese Freunde von dir, egal ne, wie lange du sie kennen magst, diese Freunde von dir, diese selbsternannten, engsten Freunde von dir auch oft, die ne, dann auch ungefragt, ohne dass du das je wolltest und erst recht, wenn du es gewusst hättest, je erlaubt hättest, dass sie das wegen dir sich fragen würden, jemals gewollt zu haben, geschweige denn nochmal zu machen, also ihren eigenen Arzt beim eigenen Arztbesuch auf gewisse Dinge ansprechen, über die wir ja hier schon, also sozusagen diskutiert haben, die sie mir halt auch ganz sicher waren, dass sie, wenn sie es auch nicht die ersten waren, zumindest ganz sicher dann doch die letzten gewesen waren, gewisse Lieber waren, die mir wieder mal beibrachten, was für schreckliche, scheußliche Qualen ich leiden würde, wenn ich dann eines Tages von diesen Dingern dann Krebs haben werde. Ja, nicht mal könnten, sondern werde und wie das dann alles sein wird. Und ich halt alle lange wahrscheinlich. Unglaublich unerträglich. Während ich rauche, mir das malig zu machen. Ne? Das ist so, das gilt ja schon beim Essen, ne? Dass wenn du etwas selber eklig findest, eklig, nicht nur schmecken, eklig. Du kannst nichts dafür, du kriegst sofort Würgen und Kotz, wenn du das im Mund hast, kaust und versuchst runterzuschlucken. Scharfst und kotzt also. Du bist also körperlich geekelt von etwas, wo du selbst irgendwie schon merkst, kannst du fast schon nichts mehr erfüllen, ne? Auch wenn es dämlich ist und jeder andere, ne? Sagt, Alter, das ist nur Kohl, Braten, das ist so bescheuert. Das schmeckt überhaupt nicht. Macht sowas. Das ist ein bisschen ungewohnt. Und, ne? Die meisten lieben dieses Rost. Ne? Was weiß ich. Oder meinetwegen Bacon. Ne? Oder ganz klassisch hier in Deutschland, vor allem in Köln, berühmtestes Beispiel von ganz klein auf, von Grundschulalter auch, haben die Lehrer dann schon eingeführt, weil man in Köln keine Chance haben wird, daran vorbeizukommen. Das ist halt so, das ist Teil der Kölner Stadtkultur in höchstmöglichen, höchst interessant schätzenden Maße. Ein Weg über den Wissen über Luther und der alten Kultur war gewisse Dinge, die dann einfach, wenn es etwas passiert, dann wissen müssen und wissen können. Was man da nie mit würde, auch nicht und wüsste ich auch nicht zu wissen. Wenn ich es immer wüsste, weiß ich ja wieder nicht alles. Darüber wie es sich gelohnt hat, also wird das alles zu wissen müssen, ist für mich so bewusst gewesen, wie ich gewusst habe, zu wissen, zu schätzen und zu wissen, das flüstert schon. Ne? In der Grundschule, erste, zweite, dritte, vierte Klasse, sofort wie sie einer vorstellt, wenn man einen guten Lehrer hat, auch jedes Mal einmal in die Spielzeug ist Pflicht. Wenn er in der Schule da Kleine plus eine Musik, keine eine ohne Schlüssel. Egal welcher Klasse, egal, wenn man alles alles wenn es dann, ja, okay, machen wir sofort, ich beende noch kurz noch diesen Satz, das war alles. Ne? Und dann spielen wir direkt im Anschluss, das ist nicht mehr lang, ist nur noch gleich ist nur noch so wenig. Und so haben wir ja schon, ist noch so viel. Noch nicht eine Uhr und Zeit einschätzen können und vor allem Wissen und Gewissen haben, dass jemand ein Erwachsener nicht nur fähig ist, sondern im höchsten Maße in der Lage und darauf geschult ist, genau das, was man halt als Kind häufig nicht erwartet, nur selbst einmal im Leben voneinander, wenn man Glück hat, dass man bewusst, was man selbst nicht nur Ausnahme, ständig, was im Zweifel ehrlich viel besser gewesen sein muss, als einmal gefragt zu haben, wie viel Haar ist denn noch was man nicht überlegen konnte. Und man hat es gehört bekommen, aber auch nicht. Man wusste, dass es wieder verlaufen ist. Und auch nie ein Problem ist, und kaum nicht mal gewusst, wie dann wunderschöne, tolle Dinge mit einem gemacht haben, die man selber nie gekommen wäre. Tollsten Spiele, aus denen man nie gezaubert. Und immer mal man nach so gefragt hat, wie man selbst gar nicht wusste, dass man wirklich bestimmte Prinzipien, Dinge, die man einerseits gesehen hat, einfach nicht wusste, auch nutzen können, ohne das Gefühl zu haben, so Gefühle ne, ist durchaus besser gewesen, als wenn man nicht wüsste, dass du dazu nicht fähig gewesen bist, ne, das nicht gehabt zu haben, aber trotzdem genauso klingen wüsstest zu können und auch gerne und lieber mal machst, seitdem du gelernt hast, ne, wie das geht, ne, weil ne, das ist halt ein paar Mal vorgekommen, dann hat man es irgendwann gesagt, dass es daran liegt, dass wenn man die Stimme macht, dann bestimmte Dinge ablaufen und passieren, die für dich sehr wohl zum allergrößten Vorteil sind und auch sein und bitte auch bleiben wollen. Einzige Grund zu schweigen, irgendwelche Details über solche Vorgänge, wie sie funktionieren, ablaufen, allgemein sind, ist einzig und alleine für alle älteren, erwachsenen Eltern, der dich davor maximal wissen oder nicht wissen können, aber dadurch dann auch nicht davon abgehalten, wenn du es nicht wüsstest, nicht wissen könntest, wüsstest, dass du zu viel wüsstest, schon, dass sich wissentlich, wenn es sich als Wissen und anderes Wissen fähig gewesen wäre, was es gewesen ist und hat sein müssen, also damals, ne, schon meiner Zeit alle gab noch hier gegeben. Das Wissen und anderes Wissen ganz klar hat fähig sein müssen, miteinander, voneinander Bescheid zu wissen, vor allem wenn es sich in irgendeiner Weise widerspricht und dabei große Konsequenzen jeweils verspricht. Gewissermaßen Wissen gehabt müssen und das zu dann geleistet haben können und noch aktuell leisten müssen, hat jedes Wissen, also Fakten, die Fähigkeit schon immer besessen und hat sie noch immer, ganz egal, wie doof wir alle schon wieder aber geworden sind, uns automatisch klar und deutlich gelernt auch zu haben, dass zwischen Wissen und Wissen ehrlich der oder diejenigen beides gewusst haben, beides alleine oder als Gruppe zusammengemacht haben, dann fähig sein, Wissen klar zwischen nichts anderem, Fakt, Wissenschaft, trocken, 100% verlässlich, berechenbar, mit all seinen Vorteilen, wegen denen wir die Methode immer mit absoluter Garantie wissen möchten, bevorzugen werden müssen und dran glauben, dass wenn wir es zwischenzeitlich aber dann nicht wissen können, lernen müssen, verhindern können müssen, sich temporär jederzeit, wenn man merkt, man möchte es, braucht es oder kann daraus eben diesen anderen Gegenwert zwischen dem, was man weiß, ne, ist das einzig wahre und vollkommen Beste, wohinter man auch steht, einfach Religion unterzuziehen, zu wissen, es ist 4 Uhr nachmittags, es ist Sommer, Sonne scheint, nur das Kühl, es ist stockduster und man kommt von woher auch immer, man ist von so ungemüht, wenn die Augen schließt, das ist so dunkel wie mit mir, und Schwester, das ist schwarze Hände. Obwohl es nachmittags um 4 Uhr Sonne ist, ne? Also von irgendeinem Raum steht Wirtschaft, ne? Was als Wohnen oder Arbeit oder Verkaufsraum. Also außer das nur noch Lager und Keller, selbst in die Keller wollen, ne, haben wir hier so gut Menschen möglich, ne? Vor allem in Köln, ne? Wo sich, das weiß man halt aus Überlieferung, wo sich Generation um Generation um Generation schon wüsste, dass sich die Generation schon seit Dutzenden Generationen immer wieder in der Wolle und in den Haaren gekriegt haben zwischen dem Kölner glasklaren Standard, jeder Kellerraum ist mit Licht, Sonnenlichtfenster durchflutet, mit Sonnenlicht durchflutet, soweit Menschen möglich zu bauen und gebaut zu sein. Und wann immer das nicht gewesen ist, muss Hauseigentümer und Stadt sich einen Weg überlegen, wie man neben dem elektrischen Licht, und wenn es sein muss, mit meinetwegen einer cleveren, ausgeklügelten, noch nicht bekannten Technik, mit ein paar Spiegeln von der Sonne, ne, Licht abzugrapschen und in diesen Kellerraum reinzuschicken. Und dem dann zwischen den Generationen immer weniger, ach komm, jetzt übertreibt man. So, Alter, vorher die modernen Lampen an. besser bedienen, ne? Als die 100 Watt Birnen rauskamen. Sagt unser Grundschullehrer noch. Ne? Alle Leute. Also seine. Warte mal. Ja. Was war noch? Hatte dann aber in diesem Fall, ne? Das ist klar, war einer der schlimmsten, dann plötzlich verstehen, ja, nicht die aber und er genauso nicht verstanden hat, er auch nicht versteht, wie es sein konnte, dass es möglich gewesen ist, urplötzlich, ne, diesen riesigen Sprung. 60 Watt hat es nicht damals noch nicht gegeben. Das waren davor, hatten die ganzen, keine Ahnung, 10, 8, 20 maximal Leistung. Ne? Und dann kam eines Nachts irgendeiner in irgendeinem geradezu Kerzen, sagt man immer so, ist natürlich nicht so, Kerzen, schwach leuchtenden, dunklen Arbeitszimmerlein, dieser Findergeist tätig, mal wieder mal nicht schlafen konnte, mal unbedingt endlich schon die Idee zu arbeiten, endlich fucking hinzukriegen, dass diese Lampen von früher, ne, halt oft nicht mal, selbst wenn man den Leuten, ne, und deswegen ist das halt auch so und hat sich seitdem nicht mehr geändert, heute aus anderen Gründen, Gott sei Dank, aber ja, die Elektrizitätswerke dieser Welt, ne, die waren vorher da. Und damals kam Strom dahin, wo die dann vorher schon dachten, wollen sie ihren Strom dann von da, wo sie wussten, dass es herstellen, produzieren werden können, dann hinbringen und verkaufen werden. Das war und ist heute auch absolut nicht mehr sehen. In Deutschland garantiert und in den allermeisten europäischen und amerikanischen ne, ne, Verstand und Kooperation auch unter Konkurrenten und zwischen Ländern ganz egal, wer sich mit wem im Krieg befinden mag. Alle Netze sind geschlossen, sind wählbar miteinander verbunden. Theoretisch. Das ist unmöglich, weil ja alle rein möglichen Ecken im Leben möglich ist, was nicht an der Ländergrenze ist, sondern da, wo physikalisch möglich ist, sozusagen Stromschotten über ein Schiff, die aber dann nicht über ein Schiff schotten und dann ist das dann geflutet, weil da lassen das, sondern machen dann diesen physikalisch dafür nutzbaren Umstand an den Ecken, wo es möglich ist, nutzbar, und zwar sofort, wenn von egal welcher Seite und die Netze, mit denen sie da verbunden sind, ein Abschaltpflicht, eine Abkopplungsvorereignisse stattfindet. Deswegen sind Reaktionen in einer höchst komplexen zentrale Computer. Daran ist Netzes selber, von dem der Strom weltweit über diese Netze sich sein eigenen Leben. Wir träumen uns, dass es Elektrizitätswerk, dass da irgendwo in Realfeldern steht, auch den Strom, den wir hier in Köln nutzen, tatsächlich in Köln abgeben kann. Fakt ist, denken wir, theoretisch nur, müsste faktisch auch so sein. Rein in der Wissenschaft, den messbaren, nachweisbaren Methoden ist es auch so. Aber wir wissen über Strom halt auch, dass mindestens Teile, mindestens ein geringer Anteil des hier produzierten Stroms auf der gesamten Welt verteilt in kleinsten oder noch Tage auf einmal also mehr als um einen Müll oder einen Staubsauger zu betreiben, Ladungen irgendwo anders auf der Welt auftauchen, dort dann Leistungen bringen, dort angekommen, obwohl sie komplett für Köln und alles, was Köln macht, Zypern nicht, oder sagen wir mal nach Köln rein und alles, was dann da gerade auch weitergeht, gedacht ist, gebaut ist, verkabelt ist, oder auch immer zuerst nur da können bewegen, wer das durchführt ist, aber nur zum Beispiel, bis es so geht, selbst wenn es so wäre, wenn das jetzt vielleicht so gebaut ist, ist es Fakt, dass 100% des dort produzierten Stroms auch da geflossen sein wird, unterwegs von allen Verbrauchern, die angeschlossen und angeschlossen sind, dann halt auch genutzt und verbraucht werden. Was beim Strom ja klar ist, beim Verbrauch ein faktisches Gebrauchen, also Umsetzen und Umwandeln von, man kann es streng genommen so ausgedrückt haben, im Wesen Bewegungsenergie von Elektronen im Fluss, die sich gemeinsam bewegen, dadurch ihre elektrische Ladung dann eine Reibung, Reinigung erzeugen auf ihrer Ladungsbildung mit dem, was physikalisch dann daraus sowohl das elektromagnetische Feld erzeugt, und zeigen natürlich dazu sehen, dass das auch Produkt dieser Bewegung der Elektronen ist und da Elektrisierung, dass uns dieses Kabel immer jedes einzelne Kabel gefunden. Das ist ein elektrisches Feld, das dadurch entsteht, dass diese Elektronen sich hin und her bewegen. 60 bis 100 Mal die Sekunde. Und zwar jedes für sich, ne? Immer nur ein kleines bisschen. Mit allen Nachbarn funktioniert immer in die gleiche Richtung. Aber unterwegs. Also die Parallelrichter, Parallelrichter, die bringt sich dabei niemals rein, stoßen nie ineinander. In dem Moment, wo sich einer quasi umgedreht hat, was er nicht muss, aber quasi einen Schritt gegangen ist und einen Schritt zurückgehen will oder muss, haben alle anderen gesamten Kabel zum gleichen Zeitpunkt denselben Moment gewählt und dann auch Schritt gehen. Und das Interessante dabei ist, das Kabel, wenn da kein Strom geht, ist schon komplett voll. Das heißt, wenn die dann einen Schritt vor und zurück weiß eigentlich niemand so recht, wenn die gegangen war und fallen in einen Stau. Und jetzt ein Stück Kabel, das kann man einteilen, und du schließt vorne Strom an und dann soll hinten was passieren? Muss es doch hinten bei jedem Mal, zumindest beim allerersten Mal, wenn so ein Schritt das Stück Kabel endet, passiert sein, dass ganz am Rand von diesem Kabel eine Scheibe, eine Scheibe untergefallen. So hat es sich außerhalb des Kabels befunden, ist nicht gefallen, hat auch nicht gefunden, kalt, nicht wirklich einfach. So wie man das von der Fleischstruktur von Leber ist. Vielleicht weiß ich, wenn man die Zusammensetzung rausnimmt, natürlich erkennen würde, die Verpackung hätte, bei der es möglich ist, dann passende das, was da so ein bisschen heraus, was wollen tatsächlich wieder reinzukriegen, als wäre es gerade die Wasserreichung. Das geht, das braucht man nicht ganz. Und wenn man das dann tut, ne, ist die ganze Leberwurst hier in der Wurstpelle ist rausgefallen, hat sich einen Schritt wieder aus dem Kabel rausgebracht, ist dann aber nicht gefallen, weil was hat das Elektron, welches nicht fallen muss, auch wenn es nicht im Kabel gewesen ist, gehörte es noch zu den Elektronen, die ursprünglich und vor diesem Schritt, der halt für das Elektron, man kann es so ausgesucht haben, gewissermaßen unangenehm gewesen ist. Jedes einzelne Mal so, wie auch so. Deswegen noch diese Reibung entsteht in das Elektron. Elektron mag es überhaupt ganz und gar nicht, dass es die ganze Zeit hin und her muss, 60 bis 100 Mal wiederholen. Und das geht für jedes einzelne und auch für alle im Gesamten. Aber weil man eben alles goldrichtig weiß, machen können und müssen, um das Elektron und alle diese Elektronen im Kabel gezielt und absolut korrekt, woher Papier ohne Zweifel, wenn man ein Blatt gelernt hat, ohne Zweifel wirklich ist, oh, wirklich allerfeinste, wenn man sich die Mühe gerne machen möchte, bis zu so viele Stellen kommen. Ohne Taschenrechner, Papier mit Fließreifen, Stift mit Verlagen und Papier. Fähig, ausgemessen oder halt kopfgemessen. Also man stellt sich das Kabel vor, man Augen stellt. Und dann misst man im Kopf und rechnet. Man möchte zum Beispiel einen Einheitswäsche machen. Und ja, eine Einstellung Woche, seither ist es nicht. Das hat man sich jetzt vorgenommen. Und wenn man jetzt wüsste, wie sowas geht, das gelernt hat, man auch kann, wenn man dafür der richtige Fachmann geworden ist im Leben, geht auch ohne Schule, dafür kann man auch noch so die Ausbildung zum Elektro. Und dann, Vorsicht, es mehrere verschiedene Versionen, wie das Elektro, das ist da immer gleich mit im Wort drin. Wenn es eine solche Ausbildung ist, bei der man daraus dann halt ableiten können muss, ne? Man hat auf jeden Fall mit Strom zu tun. Und zwar mit allem. Vor allem damit, dass Strom, der ausgefallen wieder ein. Das ist das, was man hauptsächlich in allen diesen Berufen lernt, unter allen Umständen von jetzt auf gleich, ne, sofort zu können müssen. Ohne dass man weiß in dem Moment, wo der Fehler ist, der gerade ist. Und ob man noch nicht mal weiß, ist es überhaupt ein Fehler? Was für ein Fehler ist das jetzt? Und man hat dann gelernt, was macht man in seinem eigenen Bereich, in dem man dann ausgebildet ist, der unterteilt ist, wenn, naja, es ist halt praktisch, wenn du möchtest, Hausstrom, ne, sowohl verlegen zu können, das ist die ganz einfachste Arbeit, das gehört mit dazu, das verlegen können, überhaupt verlegen dürfen, ist in Deutschland geschützt. Dürfen nur diese Fachleute gemacht haben. Wenn das jemand macht und nicht durch solch eine Fachkraft komplett, wirklich Zentimeter für Zentimeter nachprüfen lassen, und das schreibt auch die öffentliche Ordnung vor, dass nach Meistergrad, ne, dieser Tätigkeit, im deutschen Meistergriff, nicht im geringsten nachsteht, die eigene Arbeit, weil er genau alles gelernt hat, was der Meister halt auch gelernt hat und gemacht hat. Der Meister auch gemacht hat. Nicht so häufig wie der Meister, weil der Meister der hat noch 4 bis 5 Tage die Woche 8 Stunden lang gemacht und der andere halt nicht. Der hat den anderen Beruf, der hat keinen Beruf, hat einfach geguckt, war in Köln bestimmt, der war einfach besoffen und gut geschrieben. Immer breiter Bereitschaft. Noch mit die Kunststoff immer leisten für die kleinen Kunden. Wenn es dir passt, in der Nacht kann ich auszählen. Kannst du ja klar. Da zurück kriegt jemand das Köln schneller ausliefern. Das hat er nie gewusst, ob der jemand dann auch das ist in Köln so Tradition braucht und absoluter Kunststandard. Wenn überall sonst auf der Welt geht, dann egal wer, ein Mann, eine Frau, eine Frau, ein Mann, ein Getränk, ein alkoholisches Getränk, egal welches, ausgegeben hat, eingeladen hat, selber mitgegeben hat, ne, selber dann gilt und für die Dauer dieses Getränk nimmt man eine Zeit verbracht und sich kennengelernt, aber was sie nicht auch für die Einladung oder wie auch immer es gilt, dass man das Geschäft bzw. das Treffen nicht lässt. Ganz egal, ob man danach auch jeder für sich, ne, selbst jedes Vater selbst bestellte und selbst für sich versorgt hat und weiterhin trinken und schreiben. Man es halt auch sonst gewohnt ist, normalerweise will das was abläuft. Und ja, dann aber auch ganz sicher ist, dass wenn man irgendwann seine oder der Person, von der man eingeladen wird, an dem Tag eingeladen worden ist. Während dieses gesamten Treffen der gemeinsamen, also bevor man sich verabschiedet, bevor man sich trennt gegangen wird. Also dass man sich nicht verabschiedet, sondern nur kurz, ne, sagen wir mal, kennt man ja die Jungs, also das war mehrere Pärchen, die Jungs haben auch immer alle Lust zusammen dann ja und dahin zu fahren, irgendwie mal vorher doof zu erreichen wäre und sie sehen darin ich habe keinen Sinn, weil alle schon das Kochen geplant haben, die haben schon gar keine Ahnung, wie Arbeit das ist und welche Dinge wie lange dann brauchen, eine Rolle umlegen, was den und den Fisch heute die ganze von vorn geredet. Naja, aber auch mal einen Bock bekommen, es gibt den einen oder anderen drauf. Und die Welt hat auch so keine Kollegen oder so Dinge, was sie genannt haben, den Fisch auch noch nebenbei. Auch scheiße vorzubereiten, natürlich mit Aufzug. Nichts haben da alles schon da. Fisch braucht man nämlich nichts anderes als Würz. Und wenn er alle Gewürze, die Fisch typischerweise fehlen, ausgegangen sind, gilt für jeden Fisch, ne? Bisschen Salz, das war's. Bisschen Salz, echt überbraten. Oder halt gekocht, damit klar gewusst hat, was man, das beim Fisch auch. Also im Deutschen nicht so nennen müsste, müssen, so können. Man kocht nicht, man knüpft nicht, oder gar nicht. Fische kochen, kochen ist im Deutschen Wasser in den Topf bringen und dann zu viel besser der Topf. Weißt, man kann einen viel kleineren Topf und weniger Wasser dazu füllen. Ja? So warm zu kriegen, dann zu wirklich. Und das ist noch zwischen 60 und 100 Grad. Das ist aber nie eine Köche. Auf dieser dann außer die Kapsel, die so Abstand gibt es voll auch mit manchmal, aber was die Menschen kochen oder Anbieter, so Profi sind sehr geschieden, je nach ihrem Style. Auch das heißt, gibt es Piloten, weiß es halt erst noch dabei geschmeckt hat, ein Gaumen, was die da so leisten. Kann man ja jeder erzählen, dass ich Stelle oder was auch immer, Kocher, wirklich, also in Deutschland wirklich klar, ne? Über allem, ne? Steht in Deutschland klar die Rangordnung geschrieben und fest ist erklärt, geklärt und jeder Mensch, der deutsche Staatsfähig ist in Deutschland fähig, von null auf anzufangen zu starten. Mit jedem beliebigen Zeitpunkt und gleich direkt Vorstand, man sich davon, wie lang es mindestens, aber sehr wahrscheinlich ausreichen, wenn man wiederholt die Empfehlung ist durchaus. Also nein, ist im eigenen Interesse, ne? Schneller möglich gelegen schon, in manchen Fällen selbst wenn es nötig gelegen wäre, dennoch nicht versagt, aus ganz gegebenen wichtigen Gründen nicht einfach gerne verstehen werden muss und möchte, wenn man es zu haben, selbst wenn man es nicht durchstellt, oder ja, also, und später geistig fähig gewesen ist für die zu sein. Traum, das ist ja nicht nur das Klick inzwischen ein Meistersieg, ja, Einfachheit ist Schmerz, egal welchen. Ne? Und den Doktor, der was anderes ist als der Professor und steht im Gesamtausmaß des nötigen, nachweislich Leistung erbracht zu haben, über die der Doktorgrad dank einer Universität bestätigt als erbracht, geprüft, geleistet, benotet und summa summarum mit allen Anzeigen der gesamten Zeitraum der Doktorand nach Abschluss dann erst seine Arbeit beginnt, sein Studium beginnt und Forschung einleitet, begleitet und im höchsten Maße integriert an genau der Stelle in der Welt, in dem diese Leistung, die der Doktorand sich vorgenommen hat, zu erbringen, wissenschaftliche Arbeit auf Basis des Studiums erlernen, dann von heute auf morgen direkt anzufangen, umzusetzen, und zwar nach allerhöchstem Maße, dass in der Uni von Anfang an, das Schöne in der Uni, man lernt in der Uni absolut nichts als von Anfang an das allerbeste umsetzen. Alles andere, was erfordert sich Stoff nicht mehr nötig zu wissen müssen, aber notwendig und zwingend sich, also, ne, wie soll man das sehen, ne? Traum nicht wiederholen müssen, wenn sich selbst in ihnen so Menschen gleich, Studenten, Lehrende, Fachkräften, diesen beiden Gruppen, die dort Wissensarbeiten, ne, ermöglichen werden durch alle Tätigkeiten, von denen diese Herrschaften wirklich, ich will schon fragen, nichts anderes Wissen werden zu genießen haben und können gemeinsam positivew, ne, mit ruhigem Gewissen anbietet der ganzen Stadt sich einmal, ne, im passenden Alter, die Gabe haben, so ungefähr zu kleiden, wie man sich kleiden kann, muss nämlich unter Studenten zu fahren, kein Student ist, sich auch nicht so benehmen, wie jemand, der unbedingt auffallen will, ich gehöre ja nicht, ne, so benimmt und dann um nicht aufgefallen zu sein, auf der Aufgabe und so, vorne, ne, an der Kasse sich verhalten, sich auch zu verhalten, das zu zahlen, dass man dann auch nach irgendeinem Ausweis gefragt wird, das Kassen machen müsste, bei Verwaschung, hin und wieder auch einfach so. Und die haben halt sogar zig Jahre Systeme integriert, wo bei denen an der Kasse halt irgendwann Läppchen schneller, aber die Kassierer und einfach angeht und ja, die haben darüber hat irgendwo, ne, irgendwo, wo Chef ist, klappt gut, vor allem wie es da auch. Da wäre keine dabei gewesen, oder überhaupt im Film. Oder hat ganz genau gewusst, bei welcher Kasse Geld ist, also nicht gewusst haben, die dachte, bei den, das heißt, gab es schon eine Möglichkeit, Arbeitsanweisung, ne, dann ne, sich nicht den Kopf machen zu müssen, und oder alle beschwert haben, die halt nie gefragt haben, irgendwie nach Auswahl jemals, auch bei Sachen, bei unverdächtigen, auch bei so offensichtlichen, ne, also man kann halt sagen, bei Studenten eine Sache ganz gewiss, es ist sehr wohl möglich, sich da eingestellt zu haben, jemand kriegt Wind davon, dass man das nicht darf, also die essen darf, weil der Essen ist ausschließlich Studierende und den Lehrenden an der Universität gestattet. Dafür ist es dann aber sichergestellt, dass das Höchstmaß an qualitativen, ne, also sowohl vom Kochen her als auch von der Qualität der Lebensmittel, das Sachen anschließend dem, ne, Gewissen, das mit einkalkuliert und bezahlt wird, statt dass die Studenten dann pro Mahlzeit zahlen und die pro Mahlzeit, die gegessen worden ist, war die Steuer und pro Mahlzeit möglich jeden Tag was dafür. Das ist gerade kalt geworden. Niemand weiß, wo das ist. Das ist gut. Es wird abgehoben. Und was dann macht, wird schon den Mitarbeitern so gemacht. Man kann davon ausgehen, er ist Köln. Ne? Wird sich einen Teufel tun, dann kannst du so gehalten, zu wissen, nicht zu wissen, dass jeder, ne, da wo der Liefereingang wandert und siehst, wie die da irgendwas von ihm, in egal welchen Form, auch immer das tun wird, ist ein Kabel, ne, nach außen in wählen kann. Laden, wer auch immer die zwei wahrscheinlich die am Ausbilden, und die als junger Mensch weiter möchten, einfach freundlich freundlich, wie man als Kölner wüsste, zu wissen, geht bei sowas grundsätzlich immer, da gibt es die richtige Art für, die richtigen Vor- und die richtigen Begrüßungen und Wege, sich angemessen zu verhalten, vorzustellen, anzunähern, um einem in Köln auf jeden Fall bewusst, über mehr haben wir keine Ahnung, weil wir sind alle so blöd, bis nur so kommen und überall und so haben wir so begeistert von wunderschönen Menschen, wunderschönen Dingen, ja, die entweder genau die gleichen Dinge gewesen sind, die wir hier in Köln haben, was uns überaus glücklich gemacht haben. Das haben wir auch mal verteilt. Und so warm. Oh, wie viel Liebe man selber damit dann verbindet. Ne? Und Freude und Schönheit und das auch immer an der eigenen Werte. Ist man zeitgleich ja bewusst und voll auch mit den eigenen Freunden, ne, mit der Geistesdauer auszudrücken können, wissen, in der eigenen Muttersprache fähig, offene Fresse einfach ungeniert, umringt von Hunderten von Passanten, die alle halt so aussehen, entweder auch Touristen oder Einheimische. Ich kenne sicher Deutsche, die nicht so können, lernen, oder falls doch, sich köstlichen amüsieren, wirklich grinsen, ne, schon von Weitem nicht aus dem Gesicht, ne, zu wissen, nicht bekommen müssen, wenn die Liste besteht, das ist total unter. Ja, also, ich weiß ja nicht, wie das im Einzelnen, ne, für gewisse Gemüter eine kulturell vorgeschrieben wäre, wie man sich verhalten haben muss. Hätte, aber als solcher kann man auf jeden Fall, wenn man geschafft hat, einen vernünftigen Abschluss nach der Schule abzuschließen, ganz egal ob Lehre oder Schule, vernünftig halt, man hat verstanden, hat da gut oder eigentlich sehr gut, also Übernotung aufstellen. Ganz egal, was man für Schulnoten oder welchen Bereich man den Weg dahin eventuell nicht gut oder sehr gut gehabt haben wird oder nicht wird, da sollte man es wirklich sich vom allerersten Augenblick vornehmen und wissen, sehr gut möchte ich als deutscher Schüler, deutscher Schüler nicht gewusst haben, nicht zu wissen, wirklich gemusst haben, mir selber klar zu machen, von all den Hunderten von Möglichkeiten nach der Schule für mich alle frei und offen waren. Alle gleichermaßen wertig sein können. Nämlich Meisterbrief und Universitätsabschluss sind nicht gleichwertig. Doktorgrad und Meisterbrief sind ungefähr in der gleichen Liga. Es wird zwar leider immer noch im Moment darauf gesellschaftlich gepocht, dass man alle Leute mehr Richtung Uni fokussiert, weil da einer irgendeinem Zeitpunkt wieder mal, ne, die Zukunft einer ganzen Welt, ne, nicht nur Gesellschaft, Generation oder Landes, hängt es da, wie das Interesse wieder mal, wie es halt immer ist, es ist etwas, das Uni, wenn es sich selber besser auch wahrheitsgemäß wüsste zu sagen, nicht wüsste, wie es mit freundlicher und auch sagen können, wüsste, falls es so wie sie wissen können müsste, ganz klar zu wissen, ist, dass einzige Institution, ne, wo wirklich scheißegal ist, ob Plätze besetzt sind oder nicht. Es wird für ganz gewisse Seminare, ganz gewisse Fächer und ganz gewisses Wissen, ne, vom leicht, wie es gefällt, wirklich mit meinem forscherseingeistes Charakter als Lehrender der Universität. Klar, dass ich gezwungen bin, entweder Lehre zu leisten, weil ich an der Uni forsche, einen begehrten, heißes begehrten Akademiker, überkochend, heißes begehrten Forschungsplätze an einer deutschen, kann man so fest sagen, also auch Amerika, England, Frankreich, genauso, ne? Klar, ne? Punkt. Ne? Einen solchen Platz in einem, weil, also wer hier so einen Platz haben möchte, der oder ja, vielleicht ganz genau wie das blaue irgendwie haben möchte, der ist hier und wir haben genau den Grad verschieden, wie es in Frankreich auf gleichem möglichen Niveau, aber genau den Grad, den es dort leicht abweicht, bewusst anders fokussiert ausleistet und dann in Amerika wieder das gleiche und hier den nächsten Grad abweichen, England mit einem anderen Grad abweichen, alle auf dasselbe Ziel und selben Fachgebiet fokussiert, mit einer ureigenen, ne, Fähigkeit, Möglichkeit, Ansatz, Richtung oder eben völligen Homogenität eingeschränkt. Überall ist es so, wo du in Deutschland zum Beispiel ganz genau bewusst, heiß geschützt, gewusst von denen, die dieses betreiben, diese Universität, ne, sich eigentlich über große Konferenzen und so weiter unterstützen müssen, zu halten. Diese andere Richtung, die sie alle, ne, sich vereinen tun, gleich was sie davon halten, davon kundzutun, argumentieren, zu debattieren, danach nach, gleich was sie selber davon halten, um, ne, der Welt, der Wissenschaft, ne, eins und immer wieder, wenn Patient gewählt, ne, gewusst geschuldet, eigentlich gewesen, in großer Anzahl, ne, alle, die als Lehrende und als Studierende zur Zeit hier gewesen sein müssen, erfahren haben müssen, wurde Beschluss gesetzt. Bei uns abweichen, weil folgender Verb möchten wir wahren, erforschen, ergründen oder eben widerlegen beim Scheitern. Folgendes möchten wir nicht verloren gegangen wissen müssen. Also natürlich, wie immer, weil wir Wissenschaftler sind, alle haben informiert und alle haben alle anderen informiert, weil es einfach haben wir, es ist einfach, ich rede mit 3 Menschen beim Mittagessen. Ich bin Lehrender an der Uni Köln. Ich nehme mich mal Dozent, ganz gleich, was ich für kann. Nee. Ja, nach meinem Unterricht, den ich ableiten möchte, viel Fokus darauf und ein geringer wissenschaftlicher Fokus, was ich in meinem Fall benutze. Es genug wie nicht gibt, denn die Studierenden noch wissen, sie können immer darauf verlassen können, dass sie unglaublich viel und hier leidenschaftliche, aus tiefster Seele, lieber, nichts lieber als das, was ich forschen müsste, Wissenschaftler. Hier macht das ein bisschen eingeladen und gesagt, der andere Grundschule, wissen müssen, im Kindergarten hat es in Deutschland eigentlich aber schon angezogen. Man hat es nie eine ausgesprochene Leute also Pädagoginnen und Pädagogen. Und wer hat es gewusst? Die Pädagogin oder Pädagogin, das hat man dann darauf gegeben. In sämtlichen Fällen eine klare Antwort wird da, wo es gegeben ist, Ich hab das schon so immer erzählt, dass sie ganz genau gewusst haben, nein, das guckt das Kind am allerersten liebsten mit der raffiniertesten Schäfer und dann immer das Kind, das gehört haben muss, von egal welcher Quelle, hat dieses Kind Gott sei Dank immer verdient, das mit gehört haben zu müssen. Man wird ganz genau wissen, die das Wort in den Mund nehmen und dann oftmals ganz schrecklich auch mal klingen können, sind schon immer die Lehrer. Von der ersten bis zur letzten. Und die sind, wenn man mit dem Wort einen schrecklichen Tonfall oder so hört, Wahnsinn, hat man mehr verdient, das gewusst zu haben, gekriegt zu haben, einfach gewusst zu haben. Ne? Hey, die haben es garantiert studiert. Weil Lehrer haben studiert und hatten Pädagogik auch als Fach. Und manchmal gewusst haben, schon oft genug über die Jahre wiederholt und einfach wissen. Worauf kann man noch Pädagogik studiert haben und sonst nicht? Das hast du nur gewusst, wenn du wusstest, an deiner Schule hat es Pädagogik als Fach gegeben. Ab der 11. Klasse freiwillig wählbar. Genauso schwer am ersten Tag wie bei Mathe, Deutsch, Französisch, Englisch. In der 11 noch nicht LK, zwangsläufig, ab der 12 auszuwählen, ob LK weiterführen oder einen Standardkurs weiterzuführen. Wenn genug für einen LK zusammenkommt, wird der garantiert gebildet. Da hat man Leistungsschluss Pädagogik. Ich war in der 11 die Pädagogik. Auf dringenden Raten von meinen liebsten, aller Inneren bin ich halt genauso, jedes Mal schon genau dieselbe. Aber garantiert nicht. Ich wusste, ich dadurch nicht. Schön. Zumal das, wie gesagt, praktisch war. Ich habe eigentlich nur das bekommen. War der Deal. Doch bin ein bisschen, weil ich meinen Job habe. Ist aber sehr cool. Kein Zinsverfahren, Mann, Aufbau, Zahnpost und auch nicht vor das Kunden und ist ganz klar. Und immer als warum welchen Fokus macht, wohin die Reise gehen muss. Und ganz großen Traum in allerhöchstmöglichen menschenmöglichen Maß in der Börse, an der Börse, mit der Börse zu arbeiten, um dann fähig zu sein, da einen Job zu ergattern, bei dem am besten Anfang an. Aber ja, gilt als gerade so hast du halt schon quasi in der Muttermilch mitgegeben, ja, und dann halt irgendwann an kurz Schüler mal ab. Wissenschaftlich, kann man so sagen. Irgendein fucking Dozent, Professor hat mal gesagt, ja, im Moment mit 100.000 Jahre wirklich stupide Stur, allerhöchstes Niveau Mathematik. Mathe, nichts als Mathe, 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 auf Mathe, auf Mathe, auf Mathe, auf Mathe. Und zwischendurch kurz ein, ne? Ja, und deswegen ist klar, man muss das, kann man ja dann auch die Ergebnisse schon einmal. Ne? Dann klar, wenn man das so, so gewissen, Wissen der Theorie, Anwendung, gegebenenfalls Umsetzung, ne? Ist der nur deswegen berühmt und erkannt, so berüchtigt, das eigene Wissen, Gewissen, Wollen und Wissen. Nur deswegen ausführt, ist das gut umsetzen, als Praxis als jedwede Art und Weise ist Deutschland fähig, wirklich nötig genug, selbst auszuweisen. Es ist praxisorientiertes, also frühe Ausbildung und dann nach Ausbildung im Berufsleben leben nach allerneuestem Stand mit dem allergesamtesten, besten, gesamtesten, ja auch Leben. Betriebswirtschaftslehre, so alles, was glasklar betreut wird, aus der Wirtschaftslehre oder alles Wirtschaftslehre, was Schulfach ist, dann eher Hauptwirtschaftslehre. Kriegt man nicht an Gymnasium ein Buch von zu können. Das ist Skandal eigentlich. Aber ja, da macht man irgendwann oder fangen an, selber lernt man schon gar nicht mehr so genau. Wenn man das jetzt selber beantwortet, klar weiß, direkt aus lautes Handy. Ein Leben nicht schon, Napoleon, alle gleichzeitig streiten zu müssen, so laut wie möglich, damit man sich selbst behaupten kann, was ich gesagt habe. Ich sagte nicht dazu. Oder man hat einfach die Sache. Spektakel Landschaften zwischen den Kriegen wirklich, da wo es wirklich feinen gemeisten Leben macht, der hört, den Gebäude zu haben, geleitet zu müssen, nicht niemand, der dafür zu sorgen, dass man nicht das Wort an sich hat, das Wort liebsten Fachhaus für Lehrer oder Lehrerin. Das Wort an sich greifen oder so. Was kommt das sinngemäß her? Wie man das nennt. In Deutschen als Lehrer und Lehrerin, ne? Schon seit langem. das fest, das ist super, das ist fertig, das ist genauso so. Ne? Da hat auch drauf raus, ne? Nichts beschädigt, ne? Das ist ja das habe ich besser gemacht, als er das rausgemacht hat. Und ja, das ist schon ne, seit 6 Uhr morgens den Wagen, seit 9 Uhr klopft man wieder und Raum, schaffen und ja, das ist dann relativ viel zu schreiben. Schwingen. Ganz genau gewusst habe. Hatte auf Stage, wenn das Werkzeug schafft. Aber auch manchmal irgendwie gewusst, wie man anderen dahin kommt. Das genau so dann halten muss. Zwiebel, sagt man. Nur das sagen. Zwiebel, sagt man. Keine Ahnung, wenn es fertig ist. Weil dabei waren zu viert. Ne? Meister, 2 Gesellen auszubilden. Alle gemeinsam. Weißt du, gemeinsam geguckt, gehalten und gearbeitet. Und der Meister hat dann nicht gezimmert und eine Geselle vielleicht noch. Man muss dann. Das ist halt auch mehr oder weniger passiert, während ich gearbeitet habe, das ging nicht, Millimeter, kann aber echt nicht sein. Man hing ja schon das 15. Mal das dann auch wieder runter, das geht Kraft da drin. Das ist halt, ne? Kein Seilzug geleistet haben wollen oder auch müsste, wissen wir. Nicht geht. Besser nicht. Falsch. Haben müsste. So ein Stahlträger, wie der heutzutage in jeder gesunden deutschen Hauswand mal so zu nennen, ne? Oder eher gesagt ordentlich deutschen Hauswand. Auf jeden Fall gewusst sein und irgendwo dokumentiert sein müsste von Fachmann begutachtet, ob schon geschehen oder nicht. Gott sei Dank seit ewig schon bestehen, weil deutscher Urdrang und Tradition und bewusst gewählter, auch wenn alle wussten und sagten und abwinken und sagten, ihr seid doch irre, was ihr euch dafür eine sinnlose Arbeit wieder halt hängt. Man musste doch alles nicht gemacht haben. Immer sagten, ja, sehen wir, ist auch echt herrlich und wenn ihr möchtet, auch wir werden sowieso dokumentiert, was wir hier von euch gesehen, gelernt und gewusst haben. Ihr wusstet, dass wir wissen, ihr uns gezeigt habt, und gerade wussten, Dankeschön, das werden wir auch vermerken, und das letzten Tag, und wie wir das wahrgenommen haben, wie es gemeint war. Wir werden dann anschließend abschließend mit dem öffentlichen Dokument dann festzuhalten, dass trotz allem und dennoch klar entschieden haben, wir, die wir hier das jetzt wieder gewusst haben, dass wir das zu entscheiden haben mussten und entschieden wieder einmal haben, dass wir zwar ganz genau gewusst haben, wirklich leichter auch geht gegangen wäre und möglich wäre, dadurch halt für das Interesse des Eigentümers, des Unternehmens, als Eigentümer des eigenen Selbst im Sinne einer modernen Interpretation und weltgemeinschaftlichen, wissenschaftlichen, ethischen, wirklich, also Disziplin bis hin zur Gesellschaftsdebatte höchst angesehen. Welche Talkshows debattierten und ausgiebig über mehrere Interviews. Dann irgendwann alle fragen, ey, warum musst du da eigentlich nur eine Einleitung, wenn da zwei, drei sitzen, dann sind immer alle vom selben. Und dann gab es da allerhand übelste Begriffe, für wie man das genannt hat. Also so ist in Deutschland normalerweise, wenn man das so kennt, sowas gehört hat, niemals ausdrücken, niemals beschimpfen, niemals beleidigen. Ne? Das wissen wir und wollen wir auch so gewusst haben, klar haben, gewusst haben. Beleidigung, ne? Kann man ganz sicher wissen und gewusst haben, ist das Einfachste auf der Welt, ne? Sich erfunden, niemals schaden lassen haben können, dass die aber dennoch gewusst haben, dass die beleidigen. Schon ewig. Ein klares Straftatsystem. Ganz früher nannte man Straftaten Straftaterklasse, nicht schwarze Woche. Das wir damals schon haben nutzen können, kennen können. Da hat es aber noch nicht so viel Sinn gemacht, das funktioniert. Da galt es als Verbrechen. Denn der beleidigt hat, die Intention, beim Beleidigten einen körperlichen Schaden direkt selbst, indirekt über andere oder über Wissende, Umliegende, Mitwissende der Beleidigung, Mitbezeugende, ob wissend oder hinter der Mauer oder unheimlich nicht versteckt in der Kiste und seinen Apfel genießen, mithören, nun damit, dass der Beleidigende offen und lauter beleidigt und beschimpft hat, kriegen müssen, dass dieser sonst so gute, tolle Mensch, den man ja selber anders nicht kennt, es verdient haben. Anscheinend müssen. Gerade nehmen, ne? Man hat selber ja nicht mitgekriegt, was dazu kam. Und deswegen war man ja jetzt gerade, ja klar, war ja noch lange egal. War ja auch nicht mal, es geht ja eigentlich auch um das, was nicht ist, sondern in dieser Beziehung zwischen den beiden ist irgendwas so gehörig schiefgegangen, dass jemand sich entschieden beleidigt zu haben, um damit dann beabsichtigen, den Beleidigten höchstmöglichen Schaden noch zuzufügen, ohne selber dabei noch anwesend haben zu müssen, sein zu müssen. Und im besten eigenen Rechnen, sagen wir mal, Geiste, grundsätzlich höchstes Maß der, also im Zweifel muss man immer, wenn man sich Gedanken darüber macht, was halt Strafe, und sowas, was man ja, das ist so gewesen, dass zum gewissen Zeit ganz genau gewusst, das war halt derzeit gesellschaftlicher Brauch, das war auch irgendwann klar gewesen. Und das war so wissen, so gewusst. Und dann war halt klar, wenn man, sagen wir mal, für den einen, mir fällt es auf ein blödes Arschloch, das quasi gleichgültig war mit, wenn du hier rausgehst, du Wichser, du bist hier Gast, ich bin hier, ne, wer ich halt bin. Ich hab dir das gerade zugerufen, das heißt, ich bleib hier sitzen, entspannt und weiter. Und was wir hier in die frische Luft geht, in die Luft rauszukommen, kommen meine 3, 4 Jungs, ne, hier hinterher, schlucken sich, bringen mich 10 Schritte weiter von mir raus. Warum verlässt sich niemand hat, was angeschickt war, lieber, meine Lieben. Was du bist Arschloch, wenn du Glück hast, mit Space zu erzählen, aber lieber will es nicht getan haben. Wäre niemand dein Arschloch, meine Lieben. Eine Geschichte davon zu erzählen, die jemand noch nicht geschafft hat, kann das ist scheint also schrecklichsten anzusehen mit bloßen Fingern oder Stöcken. Jedenfalls alles andere als schön für den, der es darauf gerissen bekommen haben, offensichtlich gehabt hat müssen. Und in dem Fall ganz klar, das war keine alleine gewesen, den man so zugeschützt haben zu können. Man muss es so nachhaken, mit Gefäß ne, zerfetzt und höchsten Maßen für die dann, ne, die dann aufzufinden haben. Klar nicht anders sein. Man hat es nicht gewusst, man war nicht dabei, man hat nur gebetet und gehofft. Und auf alles, was man dann gesehen, geschildert Wochen, ja, man sagt, das kann nicht sein. Soll auch ruhig so aussehen können. Die dürfen nicht warten, noch schon reden. Kann nicht so was da werden. Nicht mal nicht gehabt haben. Was der Stuhlfrage für hat eine gewesen Musik und das ist schön aufgeschrieben. Nicht mehr fast wie früher. Just bleibt es ganz genau. Berbian, Berbian, Annehmen majestätisch, dass du sehen kannst in dieser Atme. Bleibt für dich nur eine Sache zwischen Tschüss und ist ein Unterschied. Während jeder in Deutschland, jedes Kind in Deutschland weiß, macht man in Deutschland, wenn man ein Pferd beruhigen oder bremsen möchte. Das haben sie hier von klein auf dann auch gelernt. Die deutschen Pferde reagieren nicht. Wenn es woanders anders gewesen wäre, kriegt man das dann, wenn man vor Ort wäre und ein Pferd besteigen kann, bewusst hat, vielleicht gemusst haben, nicht schwingen, was dann einfach sehr hält, die und zu dieser Zeit, also wo diese Western spielen, ganz gewiss nicht das allererste ein Pferd drauf gewesen, 17. Das ist quasi so aus der Situation, Banditen kennt man ja typisch, sind gefährlich, greift sie, schnappt sie irgendwo zu einer Substitution. Wie beim Wolf und beim Hund, Baby. Dann kann man ja, wenn die Eltern da reinbeißen und da wirklich mit aller Seele weil ich reingebissen und dann hochziehen. Kann man wusstest du, wenn man einen Hundewelpen hatte, bei sich schon mal und das wusste, ne? Fachmann ist wichtig mit der Hand, als mit deutlich besser. Aber überhaupt nicht so ist. Gut geschaut, weil immer die dasselbe dann dafür der Tag wenn ich spiele, und zwar mit meinen Zähnen greifen. In die Dogs, Burgers, Palette, geboren. Freude, sagt er. In Wirklichkeit ist das so süßer, mit dem mal ganz kleines Auge. Das will ich nochmal gerne. Was ist denn? Ja, das ist so okay. Ich weiß, ich hab das jetzt vorher gemacht. Und so, ne? Und das heißt aber jetzt, ne? In diesem Fall, dass das etwas ist, wo ich schon mal da ist gerade gestanden. Das hab ich gemacht. Das ist also mein. Damit steht schon mal fest. Das hast du mir gewusst. Jetzt automatisch gewusst. Das ist mein Vergleich. Was mache ich? Wenn ich verstanden habe. Dann machst du was gemacht und daneben steht einfach auf Seite hättest irgendwann jetzt irgendwas auszunehmen. Das war ein blödes. Als Eltern ohne Vater, Mutter, Vater oder Vater. Gar keine geringsten Zweifel in dem Moment, wo du das wirklich ist die Antireaktion. Okay? Unmittelbar auf alles, ganz egal, ja. Und abhängig zu können, auch wieder. Obwohl es deutlich weniger war. Wieder mal. Wenn nicht jedes Mal. Was denn? Ne? Beißen kurz. So, genau da, wo du saure Reik in Verhunken, wenn die Haare gekriegt von so scheiße. Weil das gilt in Verhunken. Das höchstes Maß von Erniedrigung, Eigenerleben, Stein, das ist einfach, das macht man nicht mit einem Hund, der ist selber Jäger ist. Ganz genau weiß, da beißt er also, wenn dann ein Kind, ne? Oder ein Reh. Ja, halt nicht anders verdient, wenn er da die gewisse Ahnung hat. Dann ist das so. Dann hat er aber auch recht zu wissen, spätestens jetzt so, hör mal auf, Freundchen, Kollege, ne? Also, was auch immer du dir da vorstellen magst, wie das hier zulaufen wird. Wir haben nicht ungefähr seit 150 Metern schon ganz gewiss zu 100% gekriegt und erlebt. Das Einzige, was läuft. Klar ist das. Das Einzige ist, dass es schon auf Garantie kein Null gibt. Wir haben es jetzt schon mehrfach alles. Damit es sich jetzt mal genau darauf ist, wo das ist. Und dann, ne, wenn man ein Glas klappt, ich hab dich, wenn du spürst, jetzt kannst du mal das Ding. Ich hab gerade Lebensgefahr. So, doof. Die Message, die wir zwischen den beiden, wie wir es in Orten wahrnehmen, eine Streithähne, Dominanz kommt. Ja, da mixen wir halt etwas von uns selber, etwas, was die einfach nicht haben. Affen aber kennen. Wir haben das alle. Affen kennen das wohl. Und interessanterweise können Affen, die wir sehen, Hunde oder Wölfe, sich ganz klar auch so benehmen selber. Und wissen aber ganz klar, dass die das nicht haben. Anscheinend. Und können in solchen Situationen irgendwie sich gut können wir auch so und dann, wenn solche, wir bezeichnen Schleichigkeit oder Ruhe, Machtkämpfe ausbrechen, zu Affen als Gesellschaft, ich kann das Zweifel Streit ausbrechen, sich zu wissen, als Gruppe sofort einzumischen müssen, und zwar geschlossen, ganz egal, wie man in der Situation entscheidet. Es muss als Affe, man wählt, sich daran zu beteiligen, dass diese beiden Streitfälle bloß nicht wieder Chance haben, aufeinander richtig losgegangen zu sein. Aber auch blind abgriffen, so ist es getrennt, voneinander getrennt, für sich einzeln von einem Teil ruhig angenommen, geschieht. Möglichkeiten kennen und so. Das ist das Einzige, was so gebeten den anderen Menschen nicht mehr so müssen geworden ist. Das ist ja genauso wenig gewusst hat, weil dann aber nicht mehr klar haben konnte. Das dann deutlich gemacht haben und ja, alle mitgekriegt haben, dass die dann alle ab dem Punkt auch wussten und wir uns alle einzumischen haben müssen. In der Regel die Ältesten, die Weisesten unter den Weiblichen, sowohl Wahrscheinlichkeiten unter weiblichen Mitgliedern der Gruppe, bei intergeschlechtlichen Streitigkeiten, wie auch Streitigkeiten unter den ganz gleich welcher Status die sich da in die Haare haben, müssen rechtzeitig einzuwirken auf diese Situation, ist aber auch bis dahin gekommen und allen anderen damit auch klar deutlich verstehen. Eskalation verspricht noch zuzulassen, dass die beiden klären für sich wollen, ob es denn wirklich ernst, wirklich so zu meinen haben müssen, wie sie sich klar und deutlich bezeugt durch mindestens eine von den älteren Weibchen, die in der Regel fast alle Mütter sind, ne? Und die Streithähne in dem Sinne als Familienmitglieder kennen, weil es entweder ihre, ich würde mal es vermenschlichen so nennen, wie wir es besser verstehen können, auch wenn es das nicht ist, faktisch ihre eigenen Männer, Söhne, Väter und ja, also Töchter, Schwestern und Mütter gewesen, die davon ausgehen. Und wie man das halt auch bei Menschen ganz genau weiß, gibt es nichts Lieberes und Friedlicheres und Garantie von sich aus mit jeder Faser ihres Seins vom ersten bis zum allerletzten Atemzug so sehr, nicht anders, sogar biologisch inzwischen erwiesen, ne, fähig ist, anders können zu können, als nicht ertragen zu können. Gewalt anzutun, antun zu müssen, gegenüber Menschen. Ausschließlich. Vor allem gegenüber Kindern, auch wenn vor allem, wenn es nicht die eigenen war, dann fähig im allerhöchsten Maße aus sich selbst heraus zu flitschen, dabei die Fassung im keinsten Maß zu verlieren, im Gegenteil, und plötzlich zu etwas zu mutieren, wovon sie dann erst vielleicht weiß, dass das in ihr steckt und sie, wenn man das beobachtet, bei 100 Formeln, was einfach spontan passiert, man feststellt, dass alles, was man beobachtet, hört und sieht und dann weiß, egal auf welcher Sprache, egal wo auf der Welt, egal was die Situation ist, aber eins bis gleich, Frau, vom jüngsten bis zum höchsten Alter, ob mit eigenen Kindern schon auf der Welt oder nicht, oder eben nie eigene Kinder gehabt, ist völlig Latte, scheißegal. Das Einzige, was man müsste, die Frauen auch immer bemüht sind, zu vermitteln, wenn man dann später darüber reden möchte, beeindruckt ist von ihnen oder von denen, die man da gemeinsam beeindruckt, aber auch respektvoll und mit allergrößter Sorgfalt, wenn man dabei gewesen ist, nicht anders fähig wurde, als mitten mit da reingerissen zu sein. Und was auch immer diese Frau in dem Moment, wo sie dann geflippt ist, das Kind, das da gerade ein ganz massives Unrecht erfährt. Im Sinne von aus den Augen einer Frau, eines Vaters, der sein eigenes Kind oder sich selbst in der Situation wahrnimmt und fähig ist, die gesamte Faktenlage erzählt bekommen und geglaubt hat, ne? Nicht einfach reingeplumpst ist, wie bei Männern, wenn man von Anfang bis Ende dabei gewesen ist, mit Augen, Ohren und Verstand, Teil des, also als Gruppe erlebten Ereignisses mit dabei war, ist man oft wirklich vom Innersten in solchen Momenten in sich zwar völlig sicher und klar, was zu tun ist und wie es jetzt zu reagieren gilt, das ist vorentschieden, macht jeder Mann für sich mit sich selber aus, basierend auf einer ganz klaren sich selbst im Laufe des eigenen Lebens immer wieder ungewollt oder gewollt. Also das ist immer besser, man weiß, sowas